and while you're starting it, and it can obviously this is friendly, but yeah, I know you emailed last time. I know we talked about it a lot, but man, that was I think you find like you do a lot to work towards the horror of Ravenloft, and last time really got it for me. So I really appreciate it.
You want to know what? Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. I dreamed up that fight.
Oh,
I was planning and thinking about that for quite some time.
Oh my god, it was so messed up. I was like literally cringing. I'm like, oh my god. So,
you want to know what? Do you want to know what the secret is? Don't use the module. You got to do your own stuff.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I was pretty close to running.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, you stick to the module. It's, they have to be tame for their audience.
Correct.
They have sensitivity readers. It will that'll like smack them down if they do too much stuff, so.
Oh yeah, no, it was good and horrifying. It felt like a really good Ravenloft scene, so loved it.
They'll be like, people are getting triggered. You can't have this in your module.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do vote that we clean out our backpacks a little more frequently.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good note.
Stephan, you start checking for things in your backpack.
Yeah.
Because it's been in there for like.
Let me work on that sight thing first, and then we'll go from there.
I was sitting on that doll for so long.
I know.
Every time I prepped the game, I was like, oh, that's right. Is that going to happen this session? No, let's wait.
I don't know how much. I'm sure, like you said, you planned it out, but I knew the doll was there, like, out of character, but it didn't matter to me, so I just sort of let it go and forgot about it. I mean, when you brought it up again, I was like, oh yeah, now I remember him planting that doll. But I did not. It just didn't come up. I was like, oh, it's just a doll.
I still think my personal favorite is Ayes going, well, this fight's not very tough. Let's pull a second doll out.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That was by far the best part of the whole thing. Hey, look, another one. Let's see if we can do two.
Another one, yeah.
I have another one.
I know. I was waiting for you to yank that one out just to see if it animated too, but
I'm sure it will.
You hadn't as of ending session.
That was
not yet.
That was just tossing the dungeon master a bone.
And I'm blind anyway, so it's not like I'd know.
Oh, do I get inspiration for that? I mean, tossing the dungeon master a bone is an inspiration point worthy event.
Is it? Is that role playing your character? Is that something your character would do?
It was something that my character would do, because he wanted to see what would happen.
So curiosity thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll grant you an inspiration point. Maximum 3. I don't know what you're at.
I don't know.
Just don't become Ted.
Oh, try to kill the party.
Don't be like, all right, hey, this fight's boring. I'm gonna throw open 3 doors. Like, let's not do that.
Oh yeah, let's pull the boss encounter into the 2 stone golem battle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, which required divine inspiration.
And it was like, I think it was you and me talking at work one day where I finally realized what that action of his was, the effect that it was causing on other players, like how it was making other players feel, at least you for sure, probably the other ones. It was the ultimate, like, player screwing the other players over move.
Yep.
You know? So
it was passive aggressive, and he was using you as the weapon.
Yep.
It was sick.
Yeah, from the dungeon, from my point of view, I didn't see it really. I was just like, okay, you open something else up more, you're a moron, now the group's in more trouble. And then until you and I spoke, I didn't realize that, oh wow, this is a much bigger deal. You know what I mean?
He often did it as punishment to us, if somebody pissed him off or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Don't you
think so? And I think
Joe?
it was me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, usually it was Joe. Like, Joe pissed him off about something with his in character, even though it was in character, he would use that as an excuse to be like, oh, well, you pissed me off, so I'm going to go do this.
I never saw the correlation between that.
Yeah. Did you see, I had a rogue, right? My rogue was doing things, so Ted wanted to show up out rogue me.
Yeah.
Right? With his rogue. And every time, like, they had, like, the rogue off, my rogue would slightly one-up him. And he started getting really pissed about that. And...
Dude, see, this is an example of the dungeon master doing so many things that something like that is just, he's blind to it. You can't see it.
Could easily slip by you. Yeah, I don't even blame you for not seeing that. I mean,
yeah.
But by the time it became obvious to me, Joe might have seen it sooner, I'm sure, but by the time it became obvious to me that he was clearly using this in-game thing to get back at Joe.
Yeah.
But by that time, you were kind of ready to kick him anyway. So
well, he was also doing things that were pissing me off too.
Yeah. So it was kind of a moot point almost at that point.
He couldn't roll less than a 22 on a 20-sided dice.
Exactly.
It's weird.
That wasn't the thing that really was the final straw for me. It was.
I'm sure.
It was the arguing over every
That's
little
pretty
thing
impressive.
to get an advantage on stuff, and I'm like,
Yeah, exactly.
the final straw that broke the dungeon master's back was I'm gonna cut the strap of the saddle.
I remember that. Yep.
And I was like, okay, well, there are 2 straps, and he's like, well, if I'd have known it wouldn't have worked on the first attack, I wouldn't have done it. It's like,
Well, and then he argued that he could have gotten 2 straps with 1 hit because he just did everything he could to. Yeah, no, I know.
That was when I literally was like, I gotta go to the bathroom, guys. I came back, I shut the camera off, and I was like, okay, guys, we're done.
Yep.
And then he never came back.
Just for fun, I carried around his skull for like ever, just in case you wanted to reanimate
You
him
did.
like a super
Funny.
boss.
Yep, you did.
All
And
right.
that didn't crawl out of your backpack
All
and
right.
attack you? Wait a minute.
Yeah, right.
Let's see what else I have in my backpack. This is fun.
It's
Okay,
not.
so Isa's backpack goes out the window.
All right, we're ready. I can get back on cam now. I just finished my noodles. So.
All right, well, sweet. Okay, so now that Stephan has
Now that
finished
I'm
his
here.
noodles, we can begin playing.
That's right. Everybody had to wait for my noodles. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Roll d12s, please, to see who gets to do the recap. And also, I'm having streaming troubles, so people in the chat, you're probably going to have a very rough night tonight because I keep losing connection and crap. I don't know if it's... Yeah. So anyway, there you go. You're dealing with that.
Oh my goodness.
So it looks like
So
You guys
Varys,
hate me.
so Varys, let me give you some recommendations on how to do a good recap.
Oh, that's quite all right, Isa. I got it. It's okay.
First, take 6 Vicodin, drop them into a beer.
I don't do Vicodin or beer, so no, that's probably not going to work very well.
That's like an explicit combination that will probably kill you.
Yeah,
It probably
not,
would.
not a good one. Yeah.
I hear 25 milligrams of caffeine is recommended. Like pure caffeine. That'll also kill you.
Well, yeah.
Milligrams?
All right.
Yeah, isn't that
In
ridiculously
its
small?
pure form, yeah.
In its pure form.
Oh.
Not
Okay.
much pure caffeine out there.
Oh,
No,
okay.
there's not. It's true.
I once OD'd on coffee. I drank 20 cups of coffee and I went home, was going to the bathroom, and the next morning I woke up in the closet of my bathroom. I was like,
Yikes.
I did the same thing. I don't know if you'd call it an OD, but I drank an entire pot of coffee one night when I was a teacher because I was grading papers and I was gonna be up late. I was just like, I'm just gonna keep drinking coffee. I made a whole pot, drank it all. Dude, I was up all night in the bathroom with not good stuff going on.
Yeah.
So don't do that.
All right.
All right, yeah. Recap time.
So,
Varys.
we began last session back at Kresk and made the decision to go deliver the dress to our abbot fellow, who was quite enthused and certain his plan was about to succeed. And the skies would clear and the world would be happy and we'd all dance and sing, I think was his plan. After delivering the dress, we did stop to talk briefly to the vampire slayer who was there, who's supposed to be a potential ally of ours when we fight Strahd, and discussed the actual battle and whether she was going to come with us. At that time, she chose to stay there in the hope she'd get a shot at Strahd, either to attack or just to analyze him when he came for the flesh golem dress thing. Well, we continued on to Valaki in order to level up. We also found out, talking to the abbot, that Isa's recollection of his reading within his dream was somewhat flawed. So we made the decision. We got to Valaki and we leveled up. We each took our actions, which included my researching vampires, as I recall, Brotor, of course, brewing, and doing a great job this time, if I remember right. Stephan got paintings done of all of us. And I...
Some are better than others.
That was true. Mine was quite bad. I recall that.
and one
And
was
then
spectacular.
Yep, that's right.
Which one was
Meridon
that?
got more sane. And then I
and
spent
whose
his
painting
time
was the
remembering
best?
mine, of course. And then I spent his time remembering more carefully and correctly the clues we had received. So we now have those hopefully written in the actual form rather than a vaguely recollected form. We had just finished our week and had determined that it was time to head to the windmill. And the next morning, when Stephan woke up in the middle of the night with the creepy doll that I stuck in his backpack, sitting on his chest, seemingly sucking out his life force. Not shockingly, he screamed, which led to a fight. Almost immediately, most of us were blinded by light from the doll. And then the doll proceeded to rip out the eyes of Stephan and stick them in his pouch, and also attacking other people's eyes, but no one else actually lost their eyes before we killed that doll. And the second one, that decided to pull out in an attempt to make the fight more challenging because he felt like we weren't really dealing with enough yet.
Yeah.
That doll proved less effective, but still nasty, and we had just managed to defeat both dolls and calm Stephan down a little bit before we broke for the night with the hope of finding some way to get Stephan's eyes back, and to get my vision back, and I believe Brotor's vision, although pretty sure Brotor was nastier with his hammer when he was blind than he ever has been when he can see. So I'm not sure which way we want to go with that, because I don't think he missed once on his blind hammer throws, which is pretty cool. So. And that was where we left off, with us and Valaki in our room. Most of us, not most of us, some of us blind temporarily. Oh, and we also got fear of dolls. I have it temporarily, and I believe Stephan is permanently afraid of dolls, which is really not surprising under the circumstances.
Am I?
I thought that was like
Well, we had a saving throw, and I barely missed it, so I was like 24 hours, and I think you blew it completely.
I knew. I thought, though, that's not the same as the sanity thing. Right?
No, we also got new insanities because we all needed new insanities.
Right.
This was a separate saving throw thing that we failed on.
Okay.
And I remember failing because initially, without the bless, I think I failed it badly, but we had bless up, I believe, at the time. So
I do recall it now that you're saying it. Yeah, I do recall.
Shifted up to just 24 hours and then used my cool monk ability to not be afraid anymore.
Right.
So I noticed a couple things happened to me. Since I used Strahd's amulet, I've now taken on the slight appearance. I've taken on the slight appearance.
I forgot
vampire.
that. Yes,
right.
You're more vampire looking now that you use the amulet for one of your 3 tries.
Yep. And my current flaw is like I'm like Stephan because I'm always having to be alert of the possibilities enemies behind every corner.
Right.
Right. Yeah, we got new insanities.
And in your backpack now.
And in the backpack, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the backpack.
Yeah, you're very worried about whatever was in your backpack coming out.
You might want to empty out all the contents, healing potions, all that kind of stuff. Just empty it out, get rid of it, just in case.
Get rid of it, just in case. Yeah.
It's starting to seem like a good plan, to be brutally honest.
The healing potions? I don't know about that, but
you want to be attacked by a potion of healing? I don't want to know what you do to you.
Man, if we're attacked by a potion of healing, we have some serious issues, man.
You go to drink it.
Yeah, that's the way to fight it. Yeah.
Can you make a mimic out of a potion of healing?
You can make a mimic out of anything.
Absolutely.
You uncork it.
You uncork it. You go to drink it. Its appendage is like the liquid that goes down your throat, and then once it goes down your throat, it like just starts attacking you from the inside out. That'd be great.
Yep.
It's a great idea.
You just had to give me the idea, didn't you?
One of my favorite shticks was the mimic toilet, and then there was a place there was a curse on the wall that gave a random party member incontinence, so they had to run to the bathroom and sit on the mimic.
That's pretty funny.
That's great. So you guys are here. Who's running Meridon tonight?
I don't know.
I can do it if nobody else wants to.
Yeah, that's fine.
I certainly can too.
Yeah, I was gonna say I certainly can too. I think
I never want to.
There you go. So, not Aaron.
I didn't say I wanted to. I said I can't.
Wait. What would the Meridon motif be? chair rage.
Who wants to run Meridon's PC?
I will.
Nobody, obviously.
Okay. All right. I was about to have him poof away.
No, I was gonna say one of us would.
Okay.
I definitely would not. And it's not that I don't want to. It's that I just I don't know. I'm a little paranoid. I always worry that I'm gonna kill the character and then have to explain it to somebody. Just my paranoia.
Just blame it on me, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
He's a resurrection thing. He's like, we get to bring him back for
Big
free.
yeah.
Like he wants to
He died, he's
die
back.
just so he can get raised and then be like, aha. It was easy.
He
Oh,
wants to
yeah.
use that power.
Yeah.
That's a
Yes,
good
yeah,
point.
too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh no, wait. He did get eaten by the tree, right?
He's died once. He's the only one of us who's actually died.
Oh, really? Oh, nice.
So,
He
Luke,
died the
I
one
was,
time to the tree.
I was thinking, since I know 4th level spells now, I could do animate dead. If I did gentle repose on like a fresh corpse, so it never started to rot, could I still perform animate dead on it?
It would still function as like a zombie or a skeleton.
Yeah.
It would just wouldn't be decomposing.
Does Animate Dead have a time limit?
It's like 8 hours, I think.
Oh no. You might want to read Gentle Repose, but
Right.
I don't
So
think
that's
that
what it says.
matters.
It can't become. It says it can't become an undead.
Oh, well then it would
Oh.
work.
That's what I was asking. Is animate dead creating an undead?
If Gentle Repose literally says it prevents it from becoming an undead, then your animate undead would fail when cast
It would
on
not work.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. You could probably buy some
Does
like
Gentle Repose work?
cosmetic supplies that would help you keep it looking and smelling okay though.
Yeah, I could probably do that.
yeah, dress him up like a hippie. No one will know.
Yeah.
So Eyes, you can now control Meridon's token on this map at least.
All right.
So
The gentle repose revivify.
the last doll has been defeated, and you guys are now catching your breath after this rough combat. Stephan is probably clutching at his face and feeling around at the lack of his eyes, complete and total lack of them. Brotlord, it looks like you're still blinded, and so is Varys. And I believe I said that it lasts until the next dawn or something like that in the last
I got
game
You
session.
said 24
Blinded.
hours.
24
blinded for
hours.
24 hours.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And
All right.
Meridon, I don't know what that little. What's that little? He's got an icon on his token. Does anybody remember what that stood for?
Got the same with Stefan as I think.
Shield
So
of
it's
faith.
frightened. If it's the same as me, it's frightened.
Okay, so frightened of dolls or something.
Because mine is blind and frightened. So yeah, his has to be frightened. Yeah.
Okay, so Meridon is also frightened of dolls.
Yeah,
I thought it was
I wasn't
shield
sure.
of
Yeah,
faith.
is it frightened of dolls or just because I didn't know if you'd had a fear ability?
I don't think
General
his was
fear.
as severe
Oh,
as
okay. So Meridon's.
Stefan's.
Okay, so yeah, that's fine. So Meridon's was temporary and has now dissipated now that the source of his fear is no longer in sight. Stephan's, though, if I recall correctly, yours is a permanent fear of dolls.
That may be true. The question is, does it imbue that condition permanently? Because that's pretty strong. A frightened condition. A creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight.
Yeah.
And you can never willingly move to the source of fear.
So dolls would be your mortal enemy at this point.
Attach a saving throw to it. Like to overcome the fear, you know?
I mean, hopefully this isn't going to come up very much, but what I would hate is like, hey, finals fight with Strahd. He holds a doll. Like, I can't. Guess I'm leaving. But
if he pulls out a doll, I'm leaving. I'll just, nope.
yeah.
But we did
Oh.
give him one, so you know.
Don't you already have a flaw against dolls or something?
I have a flaw. Which I just pulled up a second ago. It is. I have to check everything before I can rest. Like I have to look around. I have to spend like, it doesn't say how long, but a long time checking the surroundings, looking through everything, unturning every stone, to make sure that nothing is going to attack me.
This was a permanent frightened condition because you failed by so much on your saving throw.
Okay.
Instead of being a temporarily frightened of Dal's condition, it's a permanently frightened of Dal's condition.
Okay.
So that's not good.
Yeah, that's bad.
You could probably, there might be ways to remove it.
Yeah, I figured. There's we've done
You've
this
had so
before.
much luck with that sort of thing.
We've done this before with the
Don't worry.
using a downtime and stuff for which all good. We'll figure it out.
Don't
don't
worry.
want
I
that.
am a
Jeez.
master.
That was ugly.
I'm a master of the mind, so I should be able to devise a way to make you overcome that fear of dolls.
Did I mention
by
I already have
exposing you to them?
I already have a fear of you, so I don't know if that's going to help right now.
He also is blinded. His eyes have been gouged.
That's true.
out.
We have a whole lot
That's
to overcome.
That's a
before
problem.
we get to.
Yeah, as a caster,
that's
that's
right.
an even more severe problem. Probably.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Which, by the way, I offered. My Lord and Savior is a worshiper of the knives and of extreme medical knowledge. I should be able to put those eyeballs back in your head. With a little bit of surgery. It shouldn't hurt too much.
Yeah. We're gonna forgo that.
Well, here, let me go get your eyes.
Kotor, is there any chance you have a spell that could help?
And I pick out the eyes from the pockets.
Okay.
Weren't we in the middle of a long rest?
We
Yeah.
were when it happened. Yes.
Yeah, it was the middle of the night. It's like 1 a.m.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I like the best I only know lesser restoration.
Right. Which doesn't do the trick.
And
That'd
remove
probably be insufficient.
remove curse.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a curse.
Best I can do.
Lesser restoration will remove blindness, but
as a
he's
condition.
actually-
As a
yeah,
condition,
he's
it
actually
will.
physically removing,
Exactly.
missing
That's
his
not-
eyes.
Yeah, exactly. And there's
But I
Lesser
have
restoration would fix myself and you, Brotor, but not quite yet.
Luke, could I come up with a theoretical, say, either religious or arcanic remedy for reattaching his eyeballs to maybe the uses of healing spells, actually putting the eyeballs back, lots of sewing, stabbing with daggers,
My God.
and maybe putting a healing potion into the eye socket before I put the eyeball back in, or some such thing.
You'd be trying
and
to
arcane implements.
You'd be trying to replicate essentially a 7th level spell, regeneration, that allows
Right.
you to reattach limbs when you hold them in. Is what you'd be attempting to do.
Well, regeneration will actually, you don't even need to have the limbs anymore.
But if you do have them, it reattaches them. That's what it says. I read it before the game session.
It's true.
Because
He's right.
I was thinking about this entire situation. I was like, okay,
Yep.
what do
he's
they
right. It
have?
does say
What can
that.
they do? What level spells are you capable of casting as a cleric and a wizard, I guess?
Right.
1 and 3.
One
Because
and
it takes
3.
like days. If you have them, it instantly reattaches, but it takes days if you don't. So.
Oh, what about Raised Dead? My understanding is if you had all the pieces of Raised Dead, you could bring the guy back to life.
So the kill him and then bring him back from the dead?
Dear God. I don't, as much as that sounds like a great game rule, I'm pretty sure my character wouldn't volunteer for that. I'm pretty sure. I know we don't often do my character would do X, but this is probably a case
But
where,
yeah, no, that doesn't sound like a Stephan.
hey, we
thing.
just want to murder you. He's probably going to be
Uh-huh.
like, I don't think that's good. I don't think we should do that. Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
How about
reincarnation.
Still back to the murder you first.
It's still the murder. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The question is, if we cast reincarnation on just your eyes,
we could give you eyes through Alter Self?
So Raised Dead literally says, the spell closes all mortal wounds, but it doesn't restore missing body parts.
There you go. That makes more sense.
If the creature is lacking body parts or organs integral for its survival, its head, for instance, the spell automatically fails. And we're still back to that. We're still back to, it being a 5th level spell and regeneration being a 7th level
Yep.
spell. So
Yep.
we always come back to that argument.
Yep. I think that
you might consider looking for somebody that is able
that's what I
to
was gonna
cast
say.
these
We're gonna have to.
sorts
Yeah.
of spells.
We're gonna have to find somebody who does high level spells. We
I
know
got it.
one person, but that one person does wizard spells, and I don't know if that. I mean, there might be something you can do to help.
I got it. Nope. I totally have this. So first we kill you. Then that makes you an inanimate object, right? In which I can now use the mending spell on to reattach your eyes, and then we have you resurrected. There, done.
So back to that discussion about the wizard.
Yeah,
So
I don't know the wizard
how
get
would-
anything like a regenerate.
How would Stephan feel about this crazy idea that Eyes
Yeah.
is pitching to you that
Yeah.
might very well work?
Yeah. Oh, it might very well work. You know what else it might do is not work. And you know what else it definitely will do is result in me being crazier. So we're gonna probably not do that. So
Well, I have another idea. We could go visit the angel. He might be able to
That's-
cast.
oh man, that's not good. Yeah, I
Yep.
mean I'd have eyes.
That sounds like
but-
a worse idea almost than killing you. To be
exactly
honest.
right. Yeah.
The
Angels-
angels one though.
I mean-
doesn't he?
However, there are these friendly old ladies over in.
Believe it or not, I'm not joking.
windmill.
That is almost the best idea right now. Like,
What
friendly,
what old ladies are you
Except they
referring
weren't
to?
friendly.
the
At the
hags.
windmill. At the windmill. They practice magic. They can do all sorts of cool
That
things.
is not
Have you-
as
But
crazy as many of the other things.
Have you been to the windmill?
That's the sad
We've
thing.
not.
No.
So your characters
We're
have run
supposed to
in,
be going.
your characters have run into one old lady
Yeah.
who is selling dream pastries.
Yep.
And
It
you
was
know
violent and hostile.
that she lives at the windmill.
Yes.
And has sisters.
Did you guys find that out in
She
character?
did mention her sisters and that
she did
she
mention her sister.
She did. Okay. Okay. Cool. I know some of us have played parts of this module before, so I've tried to
Oh, I have
just
it.
make sure
I
that
have
we
not.
are separating in character and out of character stuff.
No, I bought this
Yeah, she
module
mentioned
with the
sisters,
intent.
but she didn't
I
like
do
us.
intend to run this module for my group, but I have not even cracked the book because I'm trying
Okay.
to avoid that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like I said, I just remember she didn't like us much because we interfered with her selling anyway. So I don't know that that's
Hey.
something we want to ask about.
By the way, I mentioned last time, Luke, and I just wanted to bring this
Mm-hmm.
up again that there was a cool, dreadlord that used these same kind of little dolls with
Mhm.
needles, right?
Yeah.
And you said you wanted to wait till we got through the fight to make sure
Oh,
that we
uh-huh.
didn't. And so I wanted to. So what actually they did, and this was a whole module that they built on it, was they snuck into your room in the middle of the night. This was the domain was the domain of like Malocchio or something. It was like Pinocchio, but like some
Oh, okay.
evil
Uh-huh.
version.
Uh-huh.
So you had Geppetto, the old man who was enslaved by the evil puppet, and so these things would sneak into your room, and then they would attack you in the middle of the night, and they stab you with the needle. As soon as they do, they switch bodies with you. So the whole module is you trying to get back to get a way to get your body back from them,
Uh-huh.
and you're dolls the whole time, and you're
Oh,
trying
nice.
to sneak around and not get caught, not get killed by the cat that finds you. Like, so it's pretty fun. Yeah. So.
So you were thinking you were gonna lose your body or something?
Yeah, I was like, he's gonna switch bodies.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that Dread Lord
Yep.
domain before. That's cool
Yep.
though.
Yeah, it was fun.
That would substantially alter the course of the campaign if I
It
were.
definitely
if I were
would,
to
but
do
but
that.
it's not unheard of for you with the homebrew stuff for you to
Yeah.
like take it in a different direction, and then maybe just it lasts for 3 or 4ur sessions, and then we're
Uh-huh.
done with it. But
And
man, it's just-
like an adventure to get your bodies back, and then
Exactly,
you're back
yeah.
on track. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Be cool.
So yeah, it's just neat. But anyway,
That sounds cool. Yeah.
all right.
Dealing with
so-
our issue, I don't remember how powerful he was, but there is the priest in this town that we've helped before. He has cast some pretty good healing spells, but I don't know if he can get all the way up to regenerate. And he has the advantage of being close by and not evil, which to me seems like a plus. I don't know. Like I said, more to Canaan, but he's both crazy and a wizard, so I don't think wizards can do anything with it. And he's crazy.
So it's 1 a.m,
Yep.
I know you guys need to figure out what you're going to do to help resolve that and stuff, but at this point in the game world, 1 a.m, what would you guys do?
I mean, that's the thing. I think the only thing we'd try to do is we'd try to find out if between now and the morning, like, well, while we have a quick conversation, if any of us could do anything about it, like through spells, and it sounds like we can't, because we'd want to prepare those if we could. And then obviously we'd want to finish resting, so.
I definitely want to finish resting.
And I'm sure, like, I can cast dark vision, but I'm assuming that doesn't help because you can't see in the first place. So,
I mean, I
I
could, if I
personally think
cast,
we should. I think we should put the eyes back in, and see if we can get them to reattach. That might not work, but then cast lesser restoration to maybe get them to work. I don't know.
yeah. If we heal the damage, put the eyes in, heal the damage, you cast lesser restoration. Still probably a wait till tomorrow morning thing, but
I mean, I have 3. I have 3 second level slots, so I can do it right now. So I mean, I'm saying if I use the slots now, I'll get the slots back in the morning, as opposed to waiting till the morning.
Yeah, because we could just sleep 8 hours. Yeah.
Can you study spells?
I already have lesser
Oh.
restoration.
if he had it in his list,
Oh
it
no
wouldn't matter.
Stephan, can you study spells?
He's a sorcerer warlock.
that
I'm a
might-
sorcerer and a warlock, so I don't. I guess the warlock spells means I probably
Do you-
couldn't switch those out.
Are you
I don't-
Pact of the Book?
I am Pact of the Tome.
Yeah.
I think I am.
I
I,
don't think
definitely
you-
intended to be. If
You
I'm
don't-
not
so-
yet, then I will be, because
so-
I'm going to be at 8th level or whatever.
Find Familiar is
Oh, not yet.
a ritual, a first level that you could take, and which you could use to see through its eyes.
Nice.
That
That's
would
actually.
so that was something that I was looking into as well prior to the
Yeah.
game session. Technically, the spell says that you can use an action to see through the familiar's eyes until the beginning of your next turn. So at the
Ow.
beginning of your next turn, if you would no longer be able to see, so it would cause a
You
problem.
could see, so you had to do something else.
However, I was thinking about it, and from an
Yeah.
action economy standpoint, if you have to spend an entire action on one turn, essentially
Yeah.
do nothing, just to be able on your next turn to be able to see to cast a spell,
That's worse than disadvantage. Yeah.
Yeah, that felt okay to me. So
Yeah.
I would be willing to make, a particular
I'm sure.
exception
Yeah.
for Stephan, assuming that he learns to do it and does a little bit of training to
Right.
customize himself to seeing through the familiar and then casting a spell, because he would be taking a massive knock to his action economy.
A huge knock.
So I
Yeah.
feel like, and familiars die so easily, I feel
Yep.
like that would be a fair way to do it. Probably still a
Sorcerers
temporary.
could quicken, couldn't they, with it? So
I don't have
theoretically,
quicken.
they could pull it off anyway by
I
find
don't have
familiar
quicken.
and then quicken spell.
Uh,
I'm not
If you were
saying
Pact of the
specifically,
Chain,
warlocks don't get find familiar
Yeah, I don't have
unless they
quicken.
do Pact of the Chain. Yeah.
I think Pact of the Chain buffs that up a little bit. Maybe. I don't
Well,
know.
the only way a warlock can get a familiar is Pact of the Chain. It's not on their spell list. Find familiar is
Just-
not a warlock spell.
Just imagine.
Hmm.
I'm imagining this
Anyway,
conversation at
let's-
1 in the
Let's
morning.
do the
Yeah.
let's do the experiments to see if we can get his eyes to work.
right.
So I will let you know. So as not to creep people out, that I'll always look like I have eyes for now. I have a mask of many faces, so I will never let myself look like I'm blind.
Okay, so you're
That's creepy.
you're
That's great.
replicating the appearance of eyes in your face.
Correct.
However, this is going to basically look, the way this is going to look is, you ever run into somebody who has, like, I don't know, I think they call them like lazy eyes or something, where they don't focus exactly right and you can't tell if they're looking at you or not. You know what I mean? So it's gonna basically be like you can't focus your eyes on whoever you're talking to or looking at, and so people don't know if, like, you're talking to them or somebody else, if you're looking at them or somewhere else. So it's still gonna be like a strange experience for people when they interact with you.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
far, if
okay.
you're
No, that
willing,
makes
I'll-
sense, yeah.
I'll let eyes experiment.
No, looking at this description of this guy self, that is correct, because it makes it clear that the changes do not hold up to physical inspection. So if somebody closely observes, they would definitely notice. Yeah.
Yeah, and you just don't know where to focus your eyes because you can hear general directions, but not like
Right. No, it's true, but I would definitely look in the general direction of them, but if they moved, I wouldn't follow their movement, right? I wouldn't know to do that. So, or if they were in like if I hear somebody, I can point myself in that direction and my eyes would look in that direction, right? But if I don't, again, if they're like, if it's unclear, that's very fair.
It'll be a little strange for people, perhaps when they're interacting closely with you.
Yeah, and again, if it, like I said, the changes wrought by the spell per the spell description, they fail to hold up to physical inspection. So, right. So little things like that'll be obvious if anybody pays close attention. I definitely agree.
Right.
Look, I cast Lesser Restoration on myself to cure my blindness.
Okay, that removes your blindness.
So are we trying this interesting experiment with reinserting the eyes?
I am Pact to the Tone.
I'll do the same for Varys if he wants to.
Do you need the spell to help Stephan? I mean, I'm happy to be able to see again, but if you need the spell to help the slot to help Stephan, help him first. Mine will be dealt with later.
He can't with that.
You can always burn a higher level slot to cast a low level spell.
Well, I know we had talked about the trying putting the eyeballs back in, healing, and using Lesser Restoration. And I don't know what slots that needs. So if you want to do that first and deal with me if you have the slot left, I would be happy with that.
I have 2 slots left. 2 second level slots. I don't think I can cast that 3rd level.
With 2nd level, yeah, I can.
Well, I was thinking whether you would.
I mean,
heal.
I think
Stephan and then.
I think in general, even if a spell has no additional benefits from being upcast, you can still always use a higher level slot to cast a lower level spell, even if you get no benefits from it. I mean, I don't know if that's raw. It feels like it should be.
Oh yeah, I can. If that's the case, I can definitely use a higher level slot to we're good.
Oh yeah,
so if we're good, I'd be happy to get my eyes
lower
back.
levels. Yes, you can if that's your.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be
Obviously,
happy
you
to
can do
get
the
my
reverse
eyes
of that,
back.
obviously.
While you're doing this, I am using a bit of string to tie the doll's hands behind itself and its legs, like hog tie.
Okay. You will recall from the fight, this thing was extraordinarily strong.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to remind you of that. You have now hog-tied the doll with some string.
Yes. All right. I feel safer now.
Just the hacked up doll that's in pieces from Meridon's axe.
Probably.
The idea being that when the doll reanimates, it all of it is really strong, including its clothes.
That works.
And then
Just
I'm going to
pointing
go
out the
out
dolls are
here.
like 12 pieces, I would imagine.
Then I'm going to go out here and retrieve my other doll and hog tie him too.
He was not out there. He was where you were standing because you came in the room and I killed it there in front of you. Or one of us killed it. Right there.
I have it.
He's laying down. He's laying down there.
Somebody must have
I
tossed it
think
over the
actually
edge.
Brotor got it with his dwarven thrower.
No, there's something.
I don't remember. The one on the ground.
In any case, one of us managed to kill it.
Yeah, I
So
don't know
yeah,
exactly what happened, but in the course of combat, something knocked it over the balcony, so it's down in the lower area here.
Okay, maybe the dwarven thrower did that.
Yeah.
But yes, if you have an extra spell, Brotor, I will take it, but I'd rather we did what we can to see if it works for Stephan before you worry about me.
Well,
If we're going to try Ice's experiment.
The thing is, I know it's going to work on you.
Right.
So I'm using Lesser Restoration again on you, whether or not you like it or not, because it doesn't say.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight it. I just
Right.
would, want to do everything we can to get poor Stephan back.
Eris, you can now see as Brotlord cast that on you.
Thank you, Brotor.
Eyes, were you linking the mending spell because you're going to use it to put the doll back together?
No. To put Stephan back together.
Yeah,
he has another option in experiment.
You know that he's not an object.
Not right now.
Okay. All right. So what's the next step, ladies and gentlemen?
I mean, I'm not proficient in it, but I guess I can try a medicine check.
I am proficient. I am proficient
yes, but you're
in
playing
medicine.
with your dolls.
Okay, so the surgical means to reattach eyes are beyond the knowledge of this time period.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
more putting them in and then using magical healing to try to get everything put back together.
Which
What's
replicates
the theory? I
If
don't know
only,
that you
if
can
only
make
we
it
were
work.
playing in Eberron.
Well, I'm ready to cast Lesser Restoration on him.
I call out to Vecna. Maybe he has an eye laying around.
Oh,
he wants
God.
To give us.
We did this before, guys.
Yes.
Here's the difference, though, is Stephan would use it. So this is not a good choice. Stephan would pop that sucker in.
He is my god, right?
Yeah.
Is that the thing that Nigel got?
Yes, it is.
Did you get the eye or the hand? I can't remember.
No, we got
You
the
got the
eye.
It was the eye? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Nigel was OP. He had the eye. He had the loot. I think.
You never put the eye in until the campaign was over, though.
I know.
Yeah, it was pretty much over. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, he decided not to put it in and use it. So, like, you guys had the final boss battle, and then we were doing like the epilogue description, and then he says, "I put it in." So it was.
I think
No,
that was just his brother.
We fought him.
It was his brother that put it in.
Yeah, we fought his brother with
yeah.
it in. Yeah.
Nigel has wearing it
Oh.
when we fought him. I remember fighting him.
Yeah.
It was
Oh.
Sebastian the turtle that
Yeah,
didn't put it in
Sebastian.
until later.
So
Okay.
that's right.
Sebastian
Nigel had
finally
it.
put it in.
Sebastian. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. I got.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we
Understood.
fought Nigel with it. I remember
did.
fighting him.
Yeah,
I always
do
just
too.
call him Nigel. So when he says Nigel, I just think that was
Yeah,
his
you're
character
thinking
the
of-
whole time.
Yeah.
But that's
yeah.
right. He was Sebastian for a while. Okay,
So
so we're
are
back.
we going to try something with Stephan? Are we going to put the eyes in and try regular cure spells and see if it helps? I'm sure you need hit points back, Stephan, right?
I
Doesn't
do,
matter. We're
but it's
we're
We're
in
on
the
long
middle of
rest.
a long rest.
That's why I'm just shove him in there and let's see if it works.
we already know it's not going to. But we can, for role playing purposes, we can certainly go through the motions. But as Luke has said, and as I would agree with, even to my own detriment, we can't mimic a 7th level spell.
So eyes places the eyes back into Stephan's empty sockets.
Yep.
Yep.
And Baratlord places his hairless dwarven hands
Yeah.
on Stephan's face and casts Lesser Restoration.
Yep.
All right.
And if it would help, I would use medicine to properly orientate and adjust them, and then I'd use mending if I thought I could reconnect. But it probably won't work with a living object.
You know that it will not work with the living object as a wizard. As a
Look
very
on the eyes
intelligent
before you
wizard.
put them in to heal all the... Oh,
We could kill
Somebody.
So
Oh,
Eyes
God.
is assisting with his medicine. Give me a medicine check. Baratlord is calling out to his deity in a prayer of healing. Who's your deity again?
Lyra? Lyra?
Give me a religion check, please, Baratlord.
Goes well.
This is where I excel.
All right, you call out to your deity. You feel healing magic flow through your body into Stephan's face. And
Can I aid him with the religion?
pronounced Lyra.
healing magic is flowing through your hands and you call out, Almighty Lyra or whatever. There's a slight mispronunciation and slip of your deity's name. You can feel the healing magic surge through your body, and as you mispronounce her name, there's a pause. You all hear an audible sigh, and then the healing magic cuts off. And Stephan is unhealed.
Yeah.
It did not work.
Oh,
Sorry,
his
boys.
eyes look fantastic. I did get them properly oriented. They're not even crossed.
And they roll out of the sockets as soon as Stephan moves about too much. So, Baratlord, you get the feeling that it wasn't your slip up of your deity's name. That's simply just you don't have sufficient clerical healing magic at this point to elicit that sort of change.
Right.
Perhaps when you get to level 15 or so, when you have access to certain powerful 7th level spells that would do this sort of thing. But right now, you just don't have the ability to reattach organs to
All right.
his body.
Can I use my reaction to grab his eyeballs as they're falling, and then cast gentle repose on them?
Cast what on
So
them?
they'll gentle repose, so they stay fresh.
Okay. Yes, you grab his eyeballs and cast
can see
gentle
that.
repose on them. So they are now going to be very well preserved. I believe for 7 days. Is that how long it
10
lasts?
days.
10 days. Okay.
Yep.
So for the next 10 days, is that a first level spell?
Just a second.
Second level spell. Okay. So for the next 10 days, his eyeballs will be preserved.
Yep. Luke, I know you didn't, because I know you're running the game, so you don't look at chat. But somebody, I think during the discussion about the minor or the disguised self, somebody, and I think this is obviously not going to happen, but it'd be even funnier if it was more, instead of like me just looking in a straight direction, if it was like googly eyes. Like they rattle around. That would be hilarious.
I feel like you probably have enough control over your spell to not have that happen.
I know. I just thought it'd be fun. And I'm not saying it should. Just could you imagine just like when I turn my head, they go,
Yes.
That would be funny.
People would be like,
You got to get you a pair of glasses, though.
Yeah.
just get him glasses and then paint the eyes on.
Probably what the disguised self would look like guys
I'm
painted
just
on or
saying.
something. So just
That's exactly, yeah. Remember, it's kind of a crappy illusion, but
Yeah.
so it's it's funny.
it's like ping pong balls, set in your
Right.
eyes.
Right. All right, very good.
So let's rest till the morning for you humans that need more rest.
Yep.
If we animated you as a skeleton, you could see again.
Man, we got to stop with this.
And we're back to killing you.
Yeah, we are back to, seems to be that's where all the solutions lie for eyes.
If you could bring him back as a higher level undead, they actually have a semblance of memory of their former selves and stuff.
Hey, there you go.
Or a
We don't
mummy.
For that, if we're going that far, let's just hit Lich.
Right?
Okay,
We should
resting
ask Strahd for help.
till morning.
Yeah.
Strahd would happily help you.
I'm sure he would.
So total metagame here. Dark vision of the spell lets you grant a willing creature the ability to see in the dark.
Yeah. So again, at my own detriment, I, as a person who DMs a game, would never allow you to do that. I would never, ever allow that. So.
But how about
Okay,
this,
it's a
though?
neat idea, but no way.
Yeah.
The spell Clairvoyance.
Clairvoyance.
Still same problem. You can't see at a distance. I'm sorry.
I mean, that might be true. I might feel different about clairvoyance, only because it's magical sight at a distance you can't see anyway. It's scrying, and I'm not saying that it'd be fair anyway. Clairvoyance is useless anyway because it only lasts a very short period of time. It only so even if that did work, it's not like it's a solution.
That's 10 minutes.
Yeah, it says it's a third level spell. It's 10
Yep.
minutes. You must be the one that casts it.
Yep, which I can't. Right.
It needs to be in an obvious location that is, you create an invisible sensor within range in a location familiar to you, a place you have visited or seen before.
Right.
So if you're going anywhere new, that'll cause a problem.
Correct. Yep.
The sensor remains in place. When you cast the spell, you choose seeing or hearing. You can use the chosen senses through the sensors as if you were in its space as your action. I mean, we're talking about a third level magical spell.
I agree. That's
So
what I'm saying. I could see that working.
I would be inclined to allow that to work because there's so many limitations.
I agree with you.
If you're in a new place you've never been to before, it won't work. It's a third level spell. It requires concentration. Only lasts 10 minutes.
Yep.
So
I'm with you on all that.
Yeah.
I would think that would also. Yeah, it would work, but we can't do it anyway. So.
Oh no, I was just asking for if my eyes ever got gouged.
Oh,
out
yeah.
by a dowel.
Yeah, I would agree with Luke on that. I think that's fair too.
Do you have clairvoyance?
I did.
Okay, there you go.
I haven't prepared it, but
Yeah. All right, so yeah, we got to figure out what to do about this.
So Mordenkainen can put your eyeballs back in.
Okay.
But
There's definitely
you
some
may
spell I could
eat them
use.
as soup.
That's also true.
The angel might be able to restore your
Angel's
vision.
off the table. We're not
Really?
doing that. Off the table.
You really don't want to go back to the angel.
Absolutely off the table.
He literally told you guys that he would give you some healing uses, and he brought someone back from the dead. So
That's what I was thinking.
Would we like to look at the people that he did that to? Would we like to take a look at those people?
I'm not
I mean,
saying you have to do it.
No
I'm
reason
just
to
saying.
think that
Who are
to
you
think
to
that the
talk?
angel-
You can't even see.
like
It's true.
I have no reason that the angel has any like maliciousness in him.
No, maliciousness is not the point. It's not whether he's malicious about it. It's the fact that everything he touches, everything he heals, is corrupted. We have seen that.
Stephan, you realize that everything in this dimension is corrupted.
Well, starting with you, but
No, I'm pure.
yeah.
I still think we need to talk to the priest here in town before being ousted, only because of convenience.
Speaking of which, I'm going to try to figure out how to get downstairs.
Downstairs. So from this right here, you have to go. You have to go out the door. There's a door up here. You go out the door to the outside of the building, and then you have to go in through the front door.
Yeah.
All right.
Not
And I
actually
go
accessible.
and retrieve my doll,
Yeah, you can go do so. Not a problem.
and I start casting mending on it.
Okay. You have mended the doll. It is now in better shape. Is this the one that looks like Irina?
This is so that we found one doll on the top of some tower, and then we found another one in
Is this Mad Mary's doll?
Mad Mary's doll. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. So it's still made by Blinsky.
yes.
Yeah.
All
Both
right.
of them are.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you have retrieved it and mended it. It is now in pristine condition or former
And then
condition.
I tie its hands and its legs behind its back, and I gag it.
Okay. All right.
Luke,
You know, I'm sorry. I'll get to 1 second. Stefan, it just occurred to me, since you can't see, dolls can't frighten you because you have to actually be able to see
fair
them.
enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so while you can't see, that actually doesn't really apply.
Doesn't work. Yeah.
Haha.
But that's okay because I already have disadvantage to everything.
Hey, Stefan, will you make note that your eyes are preserved for 10 days?
Yeah, I don't have to make a note. I do know it. I see. I gentle repose. It's in my brain. I'm keeping
yeah,
track
alright.
of that.
Because
By
I'm gonna
that-
forget. Just
by
so I
that
know
token-
I will not forget.
recast it when I need to.
Okay. Yeah, I will not.
By that
forget.
token, if a monster causes us all to become frightened, and I cast darkness, does it counter?
I mean, you wouldn't see the monster anymore, so yeah, you wouldn't be frightened of it. So you could move closer and stuff, but you wouldn't be able to see, so you have disadvantage.
Still disadvantage,
But
right?
it
So it
would-
really kind of removes the point.
But it will.
Well,
but
actually,
it-
darkness is great at removing disadvantage and advantage. Unless, of course, they can see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the only thing it removes is the ability to move closer to it. Then you could actually move closer to it. Everything else, though, you'd still have your disadvantage on attack rolls, but you wouldn't have
No,
disadvantage on the ability
no.
checks either, I guess.
No, if
But-
the monster can't see in the darkness, then it's even Steven.
oh, that's true. You even out. Yeah,
Yeah, so that would technically work.
I guess so. Yeah, it's not a bad thought.
Darkness, most powerful spell in the game.
It's pretty powerful.
painful thought.
It's also incredibly annoying.
We had to draw some nerfs around it in our last game because of it. So.
Did I? What'd I do?
Well, it wasn't exactly a nerf. It was definitely like a discouragement because it became. You remember everybody was using it. Everybody was like warlock splashing to get darkness, and
yeah.
it became really annoying.
Well, it was annoying for the other players, if I recall correctly.
It was right because we couldn't see, and then it was like
Yeah,
so only one person, whoever did it, could attack, but everybody else couldn't.
Oh,
yeah.
And
they're
then-
doing the Eyes of the Dark or whatever.
Eyes of the
thing?
dark,
Mhm.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It became really, and I guess nerf isn't the right word because you didn't like put a kibosh on it, but you certainly voiced, and I agreed. I specifically was playing a character that I stopped playing because of that because I was like, that's too many, and it's not right. So.
Yeah, I don't think I actually made any changes to it. I
No,
think
I don't.
I think it was just the other players didn't like it or something
think that-
because it was
No,
always
it was also though that there was something. No, I'm thinking of you did put a nerf on the one that you could shoot people with.
the one that
with,
could
like, push them.
push them back. The one
Yeah,
that could
that
push
was the
them
one.
back. So like basically, once you could push someone back 3 times per round,
Yeah.
10 feet each time with
Yep,
no
yep,
saving
yep.
throw. That was the one where I was like, that was
the
crazy.
one I'm thinking of.
So I
But
put
it happened
yeah.
around the same time. That's why I was thinking of it. But you're right. You didn't actually. It just became not fun to do that. So that's why I think we just sort of. You're right. The players all decided.
Yeah. All right. So 1:30 in the morning, half hour's gone by. You've tried some healing stuff. A couple of you can see. Stefana still can't see. Are we finishing the rest up?
I also tie up my
might
other
as well.
doll.
Okay, you got all your dolls tied up.
Well, I'm presuming that I'm about done resting at this point since I only need the 4 hours, not the 8. So all of my extra time, I am carefully and totally obliterating the doll that took Stephan's eyeballs out. Whatever is left of its stuffed little body, I'm ripping into as small of pieces as I can in 4 hours of work while everyone else sleeps.
Okay.
If you make Stephan eat the doll, it might cure his fear of them.
Oh my god.
And I'm also ignoring eyes completely while I do it.
It is now 10 o'clock in
He's
the morning.
in the other room.
You guys,
All right.
you guys have all long rested. We got through that. It's 10 o'clock in the morning now.
Okay. Yeah, so we have to find a solution.
Like I said,
I'm not as useful as I am when I have eyes at the moment. So.
Yeah, I agree. So I really think, like I said, we need to at least talk to the priest.
Yeah.
I don't know that he'll be able to help us, but if he's close by, he's not evil, all of those are big points in his favor.
I feel like the priest is going to suggest going to the angel.
He doesn't know about the angel, though.
He knows that there's a powerful abbot in Kresk, probably.
I don't even know that he knew that, because it was kind of a weird thing that we found out about it, because the abbot was vaguely discussed, but Kresk didn't allow any outside contact. So nobody outside, we had not heard anything much about it until we got to Kresk. But either way, I still think he's the first place to talk to.
Regenerate, well, that's fine. We can start there. Regenerate is a wizard spell, right? Isn't it? No, it's a bard spell. Never mind, cleric spell. Restoration is also a cleric spell. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna do some research.
I don't know there's anything. I don't know. Varys definitely doesn't know if there's something Mordekainen would do, and I don't trust him, but you seem to trust him a lot more than I do.
Oh, no, it's not that I trust him. It's that I have to trust him more than I trust the alternatives right now.
And so, I don't know if there's a point to going to him or not. I don't know if Eyes can tell us that, because Varys definitely have no idea whether he would have any magic. He just thinks of clerics for healing, and the best cleric we know outside of Rotor is the guy here in Valaki.
Well, no, I think we start there. I think you're right about that. But then I'm just, let's see what happens after we do that.
That's kind of mine. Let's give him a shot, and he may even be able to direct us. But
All right. So you guys head over to the church of St. Andrel. And as you walk up to it, you can see in the cemetery to the west of the church, it looks like there's somebody digging a hole out there. You get a glimpse of their head, maybe a flicker of recognition from somebody you've dealt with in the past. And as you approach the church doors, the person who's probably almost chest up in the hole as they're digging down appears to see you and then quickly duck down into the hole. You guys open the doors to the church, head on in, and the pews and everything is empty. You don't see anybody inside. You do know that the priest has his own private offices off to one side of the building, because he's talked to you in there before.
yeah, I said we've been brought back there. Let's go back to his office and just see.
Might as well.
Right?
Sorry.
I'll shout out to the priest to let him know that we're here as we're walking back.
His name is Father Lucian Petrovich. You guys have met him a couple times, so at least one of you probably remembers that.
Probably heard it at least.
Browlord shouts out loudly, and a few moments later, the door to his private offices creak open, and a balding head of the priest pops out. Oh, you again! Welcome! And he walks out. How may I help you this wonderful day?
Well, we've had a horrible incident with our good friend Stephan, and hoping if you could either help us or direct us to someone else who could.
He walks over to Stephan.
Yeah.
He's looking at you, looking you over. What seems to be the problem here? Looks to be sound in mind and, well, sound in body.
So I can do
lack
it.
of
I can do
eyeballs.
it at will. So I drop the disguise cell.
Oh dear! What did you do? Did you gouge out your eyes, lest your whole body be thrown into the hells?
No, it was some creatures of dolls.
They're action figures.
Oh, well, if you're looking for dolls, there is a toy maker in the city I could recommend.
Yes,
Blinsky.
I don't know. No. His dolls, they did this.
His dolls did that to you.
Yes.
Oh dear. Well, this is most unfortunate. And I suppose you've come to me to ask for healing.
It is.
You can do it, or if you know someone else who can.
Well, I must say that as a priest of the Morning Lord, it would definitely be within our portfolio to grant you sight that you might see the brilliance of the morning as his sun and his holy eminence rises above the horizon. Sadly, these days are dark, and the presence of our Lord is not felt nearly as often, and I never was a very powerful conduit of our Lord, let alone these days. I certainly could try a few things that I have prepared, but it might be beyond my abilities. I don't want there to be any false hope, you see.
My friend, there is no hope that is lesser than having no sight. If you fail, then I remain who I am now and how I am. You will not do anything to cause me anything worse than the fate I suffer now.
Oh, well, yeah, I suppose it.
Optimistic.
So I'll pat the priest on the back and says, "Yeah, absolutely no pressure, no pressure at all."
Well, very well then. Please come into my private chambers, young man, and I will see what I can do for you.
I will expect to be led, obviously, but
Yeah, he grabs your elbow.
yeah, okay. Yeah.
He pulls you kind of, gently into his
Sure.
chambers, and then closes the door, and then pushes you into a couch that he has there. And you guys
Keeping
can...
the rest of us out.
Oh, he's not. If you want to accompany him, that's fine. He's not making you stay outside.
I would much rather stay with him.
Okay. Is anybody else going in?
I feel like I should go down and visit Noblinsky and just throw a fireball through his window.
Prevent future episodes.
I do not approve of that.
I suggest we not close the door, and I'll just kind of like stay outside the room with the door open.
The priest has no objections to that. He just wanted Stephan to be more comfortable in a nice couch as opposed to hard pews for this attempt.
Sure.
And he begins chanting and casting a spell. And Barat Lord, has a very familiar cadence to it, something that you're probably familiar with. It sounds like he's casting Lesser Restoration. He puts his hands upon Stephan, does his chanting and casting. Stephan, you feel healing magic flow into you. It feels considerably weaker than Brat Lord's.
Oh,
and
yeah.
At the end of it, your eyesight is not restored.
Right.
Oh, well, doesn't appear
The
to
decent
have
is the
worked. Well, I have read in the ancient annals that sometimes it helps. There's this process that I've heard of. It involves killing a willing subject
Oh God.
and using necromantic powers to bring them back. I don't know if it results in a free-willed and living being, but I've heard of these sorts of things before.
No, that's not preferred.
I have a
Willing
diagram.
Subject part's kind of missing.
I have a diagram showing me stabbing Stephan in the back, and then putting his eyeballs back in, mending them, and then putting them up there, and then Stephan loving me.
Yeah.
Wow, he's really thought this one through. I do have a couple suggestions for you. I don't know which is preferable, to wander these horrible lands without sight, or to seek out those who might aid you, even if it comes at a price. But the Vastani are known as wanderers of this land and other worlds, and across their journeys they might have come upon people capable of healing your condition. I also know that there are some women who sometimes, in exchange for certain favors, can visit and grant requests upon people. I know occasionally some men and women have visited them and asks for certain things, and the women always seem willing to grant favors upon those who request them, but it always seems to come at a price.
Are we talking sexual favors?
Oh God.
No, my good man. I'm not talking about that. Perhaps let's pretend that you have a childhood sweetheart that never returned your love, and you want a potion that would compel them to return your love. They could help you with that. Let's say that you have an enemy whose death you wish upon them. They could probably help you with that. There's always a price to be paid, though.
Meridon can handle most of that too.
That's not a sexual favor?
There's no sexual favors involved, my dear boy.
So, well, who may I ask?
Well,
Does this?
I'm sorry. I thought you were going to continue talking.
Yeah, me too.
You just kind of trailed off there in thought. Well, they live on an elevated promenade. They live to the east of here, on the road to Barovia. If you just go through the mountains, not to the castle, of course, but there is a windmill up in the mountains.
The orphanage?
The orphanage. I don't think I've heard it referred to as that. One of the ladies occasionally travels about selling delicious meat
She's
pies.
Like 1,000 years old. You sure it isn't sexual favor she wants?
Oh my God.
No. No.
Stephan, this is going to be terrible, but I think we have a plan.
Oh.
I don't think I like the plan, and I don't even know what it is yet.
Yes. So,
I think. Do you know if there's a way to trade my eyesight for my hearing, so I don't have to listen to this anymore? Like,
I don't know. They might be able to do something like that. So essentially, he lays out a couple options, leads that you might follow. One is seeking out Vastani, who might have information about someone who can heal you. The other is going and dealing with the ladies at the orphanage.
I think they're both in the same direction.
they are, and I'd much rather deal with Vastani because they can hate me and spit on me and kick me and even curse me a little bit, but
There's
still
a
preferable.
There is a camp of Vastani here next to Vallaki. You guys rescued Annabelle, the daughter of one of the leaders.
So
So
Yeah, I was
at the
gonna say-
least they owe us a favor or two.
they are
That's
very
the one.
favorably disposed towards you.
That's the one with the elves and stuff in it, right?
Correct. There's
Right.
there's some
That
dusk
we, at
elves.
some point, I hope we can
Yeah.
help them.
Yeah, and they asked us to do something for them too.
They did.
We're supposed to go help rescue
High-level
his
quest.
sister's soul. Yeah, we're gonna go to the temple to help find an item to rescue his sister's soul, I believe. But either way, we might get some luck from if we're going to go to Vastani, they'd be by far the best choice.
Yep.
And I'm with you. I think that's a better option than child eating women.
Yep.
Though I do have another option. Since it was Is No Fun, Is No Blinsky's fault, and he's an excellent artificer of the constructing fashion, we could ask him to make golem eyes.
I don't think
Wouldn't
it's
it be
his fault.
cute? Like little button eyes for for Stephan.
Oh God.
So the Vastani it is.
Yeah. I just want to say, anybody who's seen Coraline knows exactly how cute that is.
Mm-hmm. I want to point out that us tracking away from the windmill is Luke's fault. We were all set for the windmill, and he had to rip your eyes out and send us a different direction. So.
Yeah.
I mean, he just gave us a loop back to the windmill, though.
Yeah, but we both know we're going there to kill everyone at the windmill, so that's not going to work anyway.
Yeah.
We're not. We're just going to demand their house.
And then kill them.
And maybe we can trade them the deed for their house for, Stephan's eyes. Or
There we
something.
go.
Yeah.
So I heard we're going to the Vastani camp in town.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think we should be doing. Yes. Clearly, I am at the mercy of whoever leads me.
They're your eyes, so if you have a choice, I'll do what you want to do, but I think that's a better option.
All right, Stephan, Vastani camp it is.
Yep.
All right. So you guys head out of town to the west and then head south along the path that takes you to the Vastani camp.
Yep.
You ascend the hill that's flanked by the homes of the Dusk Elves, and you find yourselves at the circle of Vastani caravans that's up at the top there. And I'm assuming you're seeking audience with the two brothers who lead the Vastani here?
Oh, yeah. That's what I would suggest.
Okay, you are escorted into the wagon of the two brothers, Luvash and Aragal.
Are they both there?
Yep, they're both there. We'll say it's about noon by the time you get there. They have some plates of food in there. They're eating and washing it down with what appears to be wine. They greet you and ask to what they owe the pleasure of your visit. It's they're being cordial with you, but if I recall correctly, at least one of you was trying to tick them off in your last meeting with them. I don't remember who it was, but they were being nice to you because you had just rescued one of their daughters.
I think it was me.
Was it you? Okay. I definitely remember one of you was taunting them and they were overlooking
It wasn't that I was taunting them. It was that I kept insisting that Strahd was the enemy, and they did not like to hear that.
Okay.
That was what was going on. But I do remember them not being happy about that. So
welcome back to our humble wagon. How may we help you?
I very dramatically, intentionally, I'm trying to put on a good performance here. So I drop to my knees. I will. Let me be clear. When I walk in, I want a hood over my face, right?
Okay.
Be hooded. And when I will walk in, and I will I'll walk in on my own. I'll ask Varys to let me walk in. You can walk in with me, but I'm saying don't escort me. And I'll take 4 steps into the tent, and I'll drop to my knees, and I'll dramatically remove the hood to reveal my no eyes, right? My eyeballs that are lacking my eyes that are lacking eyeballs rather. And I'll be like, they took my sight.
They took your sight.
The creatures, they came
They were dolls. They came and got my eyes.
I'm gonna sneak off.
Eyes is sneaking off. Where are you going?
Because he's so good at sneaking.
Outside
Okay, you step outside.
when I'm a distance away from everybody else,
And you
out of earshot.
okay, you start wandering off by yourself.
Dear Strahd, I have a friend. He needs some help. We could probably strike a deal. You know, we're still good on that other plan. Remember? That's really sweet. But however, in order to get there, I'm gonna need like the full power of my companions. So if you happen to have some demon eyes that I could get him, it would be sweet. Thank you. Have a good day. Night. Yeah. And I head back in.
Eyes, before you head back in, you feel a shadow cross across the ground and covering you. Glancing up, you can see a black cloud above, streaking across the sky to the east, where Castle Ravenloft would lie.
Okay.
That's it. Then you head back in.
I'll hang out here for a bit.
Hang out there. Okay. Stephan, where were we?
I had claimed, I talked about how the dolls took my eyes, and basically pleading for assistance, and insisting that that doing so obviously helps us to assist, etc. That we only wish to make things better, and that the loss of my eyes is reflects to the losses that many have suffered here that we cannot put right without that assistance returned.
So you want your eyes back? But gouged out and you need them restored. So you need powerful curative magics, do you?
Yes. I know it's just the only way. I know that even as powerful as we are, we don't even possess such things.
Well, perhaps the wisdom of our people can assist you.
Yes. I will listen. I will take in whatever I need.
Let us see if my daughter can attend you. She is very busy these days, of course, with the mantle of responsibility that lies upon her shoulders. This is the hope of our people. And he kind of gestures to another Vastani that's lounging about in there and asks him to go see if his daughter is available to attend to you. Vastani leaves, and about 10 minutes later returns, Annabelle in his wake. And she strides in confidently. She's very young. She's like, 12 or so, I think we had said. Quite young.
Yep.
And she, head high, looking down her nose. Looks around the room, walks up to you, Stephan, and says, "My child, what ails you?"
Again, I look up, and just as weakly as possible, I say, they took my eyes. The dolls, they came and took my eyes.
You wish to see again, do you?
Yes. Yes, I wish to see again.
Just this morning, I was visited by a vision. I saw on high in the mountains a sanctuary of evil, a bastion, a stronghold. I saw the gates being forced open. I saw one crawling through the portal on knees. I saw this person weeping from sunken eyes and crawling on hands and knees throughout. I saw them opening a tomb. I saw them approaching a pedestal. I saw them taking an eye from the pedestal and placing it into their own socket. And then vision was restored. And then the mists cleared. and I was back among the living. This vision I had today, before you arrived, your timing is impeccable.
Yes. So it is foretold. I will find the sanctuary in the mountains. You have truly blessed us with your wisdom.
I am the reservoir of knowledge of my people,
Yes.
and though thou art only half my people, I have shown you mercy this day. Consider
Yes.
yourself blessed, friend.
Yes. Bless you, Rani, bless you.
She mutters a prayer and does some hand signals.
I refer, by the way, I want to let you know I referred to her as Rani, which is that is the female leader of the Vastani. And so if she is in fact that is great, but if she's not, it's just it's me showing like my affection to her as the leader of this camp is what I'm referring to her as.
She accepts your title without comment.
Okay.
And puts her blessing upon you.
Okay.
Well, there you have it. Temple in the mountains, son. Or, not temple. What did she say? Stronghold? Bastion? Or
She called it something else. Now I don't remember. She didn't say. She said a whole other word. It was a good word too. The place. Anyway, the place. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, she said some.
Was it Bastion?
She did say that, but she also said like. I don't remember. It was a nice word. It was a very
reservoir of
something. Yeah,
evil
it was
or
beautiful.
something. A bastion.
It was really
evil.
nice,
Yeah.
but I don't remember now.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot what the word
I
was.
did too. So, but it was really cool too. I was really happy.
Luke was in a trance himself.
Yeah, he was totally.
saying that.
He was in the vibe. He was in the zone, and I was in the zone listening.
Oh,
and they were like, "What did we say?" I don't know. It was cool. I don't know.
It was sanctuary of evil.
Sanctuary.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Yeah, thank you, Penguin Butt.
Yes, that is the word. The sanctuary of evil.
Yeah.
Thank you indeed, Penguin Butt. She caught it. So yes, very good. That's where we're headed. That's where we need to head.
Do we know where this is? I mean, I know we've heard of a temple. Would that be the place, or is there somewhere else?
It is in the mountains. I do not know if the temple is in the mountains.
I think pretty much most of this realm seems to be in the mountains.
Can she mark it on the map where she saw this?
She describes to you how you might get there. Let me throw you to the map of Barovia. Yes. You want to head west from Vallaki. And before you get to the bridge that leads to Kresk, you want to head south. That path will take you further up into the mountains that lie to the south. There you shall find this sanctuary of evil. Be warned, though, those that lie within will not readily give up the means to your salvation.
Is this anywhere we've been discussed in our previous 30 or so quests we have to do?
It does definitely sound. You guys have heard of the Amber Temple before, and it sounds like that's probably the same place.
And is that where, this is not something he would ever say in front of the people, but is that where the Dusk Elves wanted to go?
That is correct.
All right, so if we're going to do that, we need to stop and talk to the elf on the way out and get his, because if we're going there anyway, he would be obviously able to go with us.
Yeah.
So we're giving up on the windmill.
We don't have a choice, man. We literally got pushed the other way. And I know we didn't intentionally, but it's just like that's the way we could have gone to the windmill, and we would have, but obviously this kind of threw a wrench. So
Oh, you guys are gonna make me run an adventure I haven't looked at in like months, right?
Sorry.
I have to say, getting his eyes back is probably more important than thinking the blind Stephan and trying to
That's
deal with
kind
the
of how
windmill,
I'm feeling.
'cause
Like, I don't want to go blind into
think-
stuff.
I don't think
I mean,
any
but
of us
we're-
think the windmill is going to be a happy, fun place to go, and so we're going to need Stephan's eyes. I'd
Yeah,
rather not
but-
go to the temple either, but
Yeah, agreed.
Like, yeah, you're gonna be blind in the temple though as well.
It's true, but the question is, yeah, I mean, I just don't know, because we don't know. Blind to the windmill might not result in anything. It might be blind to the windmill and then again blind in the temple. Like, it might just be, instead of just blind in the temple.
If you're not able to get your sight restored
Exactly, from the windmill.
Yeah.
that's more what I'm afraid of.
That's what I'm afraid of.
That
too.
we'll have to deal with the windmill, and you won't get your sight restored, and then we're
Right.
stuck with that whole thing blind plus. But
Plus, yeah.
Or we
I
could
mean,
just
and
be
the only
nice
need
to
of the
old
windmill was
lady.
to deal with the devil. Yeah, the whole deal with the favor or with a price is a little risky. It seems like, especially here in Ravenloft.
True.
There is no solution that doesn't have an exceptional price
It's
here
true.
in Ravenloft.
That's also true. That is
I mean-
not incorrect. I've already weighed the idea that this is not going to be, even once we get through this temple and we get what we're looking for with to fix my eyes, that's not going to be the greatest possible solution, because there is no great solution here. We're going to get a solution, and we're going to have to deal with the consequences of it, no matter which one it is.
I mean, we don't have to fight the women in the windmill. Like, our goal is to just get them to stop cooking kids in the pies.
True.
Well, I will point out that the one information we got on the windmill is it is full of demons or devils. I think they said demons. So it's not sounding like a place we're likely to visit and have just a friendly chat over tea.
All right, so I guess we're going to the Amber Temple.
I still think we could talk to
Again.
the old ladies without provoking a fight, especially if we buy some meat pies.
I'm not sure I'm willing to do that, but Stephan, do you want to try the window first? It's probably shorter. And whatever we do there probably won't take as long. I'm not unwilling. I'm leaving it up to you with your eyes. I'm inclined to make the run for get the eyes back as fast as we can, and I don't know what's going to be the fastest way to do that.
I am truly, and I mean this sincerely, trying to be the good player here and respect my DM, who worked very hard to study some things, and at the same time balance the fact that I have a character who can't cast any spells, and he's a spellcaster.
So I want to be clear that
Yeah.
if you guys do want to go to Amber Temple, I mean,
Right.
I can run that for you.
I know you can.
Just be
But
aware.
you asked us to let you know, and this is not a slight at all. I literally mean I'm trying to respect the fact that you put a lot of work in, and now we're having to go a different direction.
Yeah, but it's okay, because just bear in mind it might be a little bit rougher than a normal game. Because I haven't literally looked at it in probably like half a year or something.
Totally believe you. Yeah. Yep. Huh. I don't know. It's a tough one, man. I'm looking for advice anywhere. So if anybody has better thoughts, I'm open.
My thing is the fact that we're going into two combats where you can't see. I think the windmill would be an easier combat, and with the potential of getting your eyes back.
Seems to me the rest of the group is good on the windmill, and I'm fine with trying it.
Yeah, and
you
that's
still got dissonant whispers, right?
I do, and that's like the one thing I can use. Yeah, that's like the one spell that still is left for me to do, and that's literally all I can do. Other than everything else has disadvantage.
What about the cantrip that's like vicious mockery or something?
No, I thought that was dissonant whispers is what we were talking about. No, that's a first level.
Yeah.
Does vicious mockery? You have to see him.
Do you?
Yep.
Okay.
No, it's all good. I'm not. Believe me. Again, I'm not complaining. I think this is good.
I mean, and
It's good, enjoyable role play stuff. It really is. Like how you fit it in, how you make it work. So I'm not against it.
Disadvantage on Eldritch Blast.
Yes, provided, but I have to know where they are, right? It says, yeah, just a creature within range, so it doesn't say you have to see them.
So you can attack with Eldritch Blast.
With Eldritch Blast,
You just have
which is good.
disadvantage. Yeah.
Yep, this is good. I'm good with this. I'm good with being, literally handicapped, literally, like not just like figuratively. So no, this is okay. I'm good with this. This is opportunities here for role play, people. It's not. I'm digging it. So.
So, I heard several voices for the windmill.
I think that's where we're gonna go because I did ask for advice, and it sounded like most people agreed with the windmill. Varys was on the fence about the windmill, so that means we should really lean in that direction. So.
Right. Let me get you guys back on the 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐄𝐒 map. So you guys depart the camp, and as you come up to the top of this road here, or you come off the path onto the old Strahd road, about to head back into 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐄𝐒 toward that area because that's the way to get to the windmill. Yes. Off to the west, this away right here, you can see a very colorful wagon. I almost said Vastani. It's not a Vastani wagon, but you can see a very colorful wagon going off to the west at a pretty good clip as well. There's a trail of dust coming off the road behind it, and it looks like a familiar wagon. You've seen this wagon before. As you think about it just a little bit, you suddenly remember when you on one of your very first visits to 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐄𝐒, you guys there was like the stockyard. There was like a circus wagon basically in there, yep. And you guys were going to attempt to burglarize the circus wagon, but a woman basically reprimanded you with a wooden spoon type deal and chased you guys off. It looks like it's that same circus wagon, and it is booking to the west at a pretty good clip. So you see that, and it's a distance off. It's like maybe a half a mile off down the road or so, leaving the town.
You guys really should catch that. I can't see, so I'm hoping somebody tells me that's what we're seeing.
I will do my best to always keep you informed as to what we're seeing, so.
If that's the case, then we can assume that Stephan knows things that I described to the group.
Okay, fair enough. So, were we, hang on, before I go out on this, were we actively trying to find that guy? We only know it's Ricardo or whatever. We don't know his secret, but.
We were supposed to talk to the mentee.
But we don't know that that's
him. But we
don't
know that's him, except for Brotor.
Right, that's right.
Esmeralda was planning on meeting you in 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐄𝐒. Right?
Yeah.
It didn't come.
But she was going to meet you.
He hasn't come as far as we know.
Correct, that's correct. She hasn't come.
It's been one day, or has it been?
You guys took
No, it was over a week because we did our downtime.
Yeah,
right.
Mm-hmm. So it's about the time that she should be arriving.
And it's headed out of town?
It's leaving town, yes.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, but we don't know that that's him anyway, just for Brotar's purposes. We don't. So,
I'll send Bruce Wayne out to see who's piloting that covered wagon.
Flying speed of like 60 or something?
Oh, that's a good point. I don't think it is that fast.
Well, how fast is your bat?
30. Yeah, that's not fast enough.
No, it can't catch up.
Do I have a rough idea? Compared to me, do I have a rough idea how fast it's moving?
How fast can you go?
Well, 50 if I dash, 100 if I use my key points, I can go 150 for a little while.
It's base movement speed is the important thing. 50?
Yeah, 50 is my base movement.
It's probably not going that fast. You're pretty sure if you sprint outright, you could catch it.
So do you guys want me to catch it? Tell me now.
Yes.
Well, I don't know because it's some circus dude.
Brotor, stay with.
Yeah, you might as well go see who it is. I'll stay with him.
I want you to know how virulently angry Kevin Stoner is, not Stephan, that you won't tell us that this is Van Richten. I'm so mad right now at you. So angry with you. All right. Because that's like my favorite dude, and I can't meet him. Anyway, all right. So, there, I got that out of the way.
We'll set off at a fast clip.
All right.
Wonder why they want to meet this guy, but
That's Esmeralda's mentor that she's looking for.
But you're the only one who knows that.
You're the only one who knows
Yeah.
that, but yeah.
Right.
But I was just asking you guys.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and you know that though. Broughtlord knows that.
Yep.
All right, Varys, you start sprinting down the road after this circus wagon, and after, we'll say, 15 minutes or so, you manage to catch up to it. You're a little out of breath, perhaps, after sprinting for quite so long. And as you're keeping pace alongside the wagon, you see a man glance over at you. It is the 𝐑𝐄𝐒𝐿 that you guys have met before. He kind of wrinkles his eyebrows up. That's very fast.
So I'm slowing down to keep up, not outrun him.
He pulls the reins, and he's met you guys before, and you all had an amicable relationship. So he pulls the reins in and slows the wagon down and stops it. Is there anything I can assist you with, my good sir?
I don't know if you can or not, but you hopefully remember my friends and I. They're back behind us. We saw you leaving Vallaki, and my friends were hoping to speak with you before you went, if you have a moment.
Oh, well, just, of course, trying to recruit more members of the carnival, and unfortunately those in Vallaki just, well, they don't have the spirit, the gumption I'm looking for. I heard there was a town to the west where I might be able to find more recruits, potential candidates for the carnival, so no real rush, I suppose. I'd happily talk
Well,
to
if
your
you would
group.
be kind enough.
Yes, absolutely.
We've run into some misfortune. I don't know that you can assist us, but knowing the area, maybe you know someone else who might be able to as well.
Well, very good.
Is it easy enough to turn the wagon around? I assume the road's a fairly good-sized road.
Oh,
Or is he willing to turn around and go back? Because my friends will take a while to reach us. They're slow.
I could see them back that way. We could just wait here. I don't see the harm in it.
I hope the circus life has been doing well for you.
It's challenging. There's so little spirit in this land. It's almost like a cloud, a miasma covers people's enthusiasm.
I've noticed the same, which is why I'm glad you are here, in the hopes that you would be able to maybe, even in a small way, lift that. Anything that brings even a small amount of cheer to these people is a big advantage.
If I could find some adequate performers, I'm sure I could do that. Sadly, talent seems to be lacking in that department. The rest of the group...
Stephan tells good jokes.
The rest of the group catches up to the wagon at this point. Now, how may I help you all?
Greetings.
You guys wanted me to catch him.
You seem to be off in a hurry. By chance, have you found one of the magical articles?
Magical articles?
Yes, you mentioned a book, a sword.
Oh, no. I haven't really been looking for those items. I was rather hoping you all would be looking for them.
Were we?
Have we caught you at a bad time?
Oh, not necessarily. It's just leaving the town. I was looking for new potential recruits in a town I heard of to the west. Kresk. I might be getting it wrong. It's got a lot of consonants and not a whole lot of vowels.
Aren't we going east? Or
He's heading west.
Yes.
You guys were gonna go east.
yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say, how about you stay in here for at least another night or so, because we're expecting a very strong person to meet us here, and maybe she would be willing to join your cause.
Well, I'm the carnival. He looks at you, Broughtlord, with very narrow eyes. You mean the carnival, of course.
Yeah, the carnival.
Who is this personage?
A traveler that we've met throughout our travels.
Does this traveler have a name, a description? What kind of talents does... did you mention that it was a girl? A woman?
Yeah.
What kind of talents does she possess?
Just strong fighter aspects. You know, she probably put on a good show.
I see. And what would she,
She's Vastani.
She's Vastani. No, I'm sorry. I don't accept Vastani into the carnival. That arrangement simply will not work.
And if you guys
Vastani
remember,
make the best carnival people. How is it you don't accept Vastani into a carnival? It is as though you have just said, I do not take chefs in my kitchen.
Yeah, what Stephan said.
Let us pretend that a man had a family. Let us pretend that a member of his family, let us say a dear son, and you can see anger glistening in his eyes. No, Stephan, you can't see that.
I can hear it.
You can
though,
hear
no
it,
doubt.
though. You can hear it, yes. Let us pretend that his son was stolen away from him. Let us pretend that his son was sold to a monster. And let us also say that this monster turned his son into a monster. And the entire events were precipitated by a certain people. You can understand how a person might hold a grudge.
Seems unfair to hold a grudge against a whole people for the actions of a few.
All right. No, that is fair then. I understand that you might hold a grudge. It is probably better than that you go your way. It truly, Esmeralda has better things to do.
I hear what you're saying, Varus. But surely you understand that emotions are not always logical.
They can be controlled.
yeah, and you know, letting your emotions like destroy everything that you've ever worked for, or possibly allowing you to defeat the Lord of this land. You know, you should just let your emotions reign free, and so that you yourself can be free and happy, because that's what emotions will lead you to. Happiness.
Oh, but this gentleman, while he is looking to do whatever he's doing, I simply think he must be on his way, because he is not willing to help in our crusade, and our friend who's coming, she's willing to help. And so while I appreciate your wagon, sir, and the fact that from what I remember it looks very Vastani, I also understand that you are not willing to help. That is okay. That is the way of this land. Some will help and some will flee. So I suppose that makes you the flea.
Oh, I did not say I wouldn't help. I simply said that I do not tolerate the presence of Vastani.
Out of character, Esmeralda doesn't want to kill him, right? She's just trying to meet him.
That's correct.
Yep, that is correct.
I think
That
you know,
much we know.
I mean, you know that in character, Brawler. I think she's told you.
No,
She's,
we all know in character that she doesn't want to kill anybody. Like, we all know that she wants to kill evil people. So this guy wouldn't be on her list. We may not know her mentor is involved. But...
Okay.
Well, I believe we have somewhere to be, and it sounds like so did you. So perhaps it'd be best if we were on our way.
Very good.
I apologize for disturbing you.
Just a quick question. How long ago
How long ago what?
did your son die?
Years.
Years before you came to this land.
Yes, that is correct. When I was younger, well, yes.
And he was killed by Vastani outside of this land.
No, the Vastani sold him to a monster who turned him into a monster.
Oh. Yeah, I'd hate all
Well,
the Vastani too. Stefan, I hate half of you. Hopefully it's
That's
not
all
your
right
eyes.
then.
He leans in
Your eyes were
close.
nice.
He leans in close to you, eyes, and says, "I had to kill my own son to end his suffering. One does not forget that easily."
yeah, and then I'll shout out, well, Esmeralda's coming here, and she's been searching for you. Would you turn your back on her?
I'm sorry. His eyes narrow. There's this dangerous glint in them as he regards you, Brotlord. Why would this woman be seeking me out?
She says you are her mentor.
I don't recall having trained any woman by the name of Esmeralda in my carnival.
Maybe not in your carnival, but how about in your other things that you do?
Her
Maybe.
mentor was Van Richten, not this guy.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
Are
somebody
we back
named
on the subject of
Van
sex
Richten.
favors?
Only in
this
your
is-
mind, eyes.
Oh,
He's like,
No.
he's darting eyes from Brotlord to when he looks at eyes, he's confused. Van Richten, I not heard of that name before.
that.
Yes,
Have we heard of that name before?
we did. She told us that was her mentor. We just don't know.
Oh yeah.
Esmeralda
Oh.
told you who
Yep.
she was looking for. Yeah.
Um.
Well, I got a 20 on my insight. Is he lying to me?
Varys, he is absolutely covering
I was gonna
something
say,
up, and he is extremely uncomfortable right now.
yeah.
You can see him shooting daggers at Brotlord with his eyes.
Why are you lying to us? And you know this, and that's lying is just always causes more trouble than it helps. Don't you know that by now?
Can I? So, is there a way that I would be able to figure out, like, maybe historical figures from his past and sum up an anecdote about how one person broke away from their culture, like the story of Dritz or something? You know,
Mhm.
we can't blame all Drow because we have this one
Mhm.
example, right?
Mhm.
Would there be a way for me to triangulate and target his lore that he would be familiar with and tell a story from his?
Okay. Give me a history check and then a persuasion check.
'26 on history.
Mhm.
And I'm going to. We're on pretty good terms, right?
Yeah,
Word.
he is favorably this book inclined towards you guys until the last 5 minutes of conversation happened.
If I made a small prayer in the form of a guidance spell on myself.
So you're gonna cast a spell in the middle of the conversation.
Uh-huh.
Really?
My charisma is -1.
Yep.
I would have guessed.
Supposed to be helpful.
I mean, it is a prayer to the gods and what.
If you want to cast a spell in the middle of your conversation with him, I mean, I'm not gonna stop you.
Oh,
It's
I
gonna
guess
look
that would
very.
make...
It's gonna look very odd.
Yeah, you're right. All right, so I will go with just my inspiration roll. Persuasion. No, I'm gonna totally do it because that's what I would do. It will look very odd, but everything that I did looks incredibly odd. So yeah, I will cast that spell.
Mm-hmm.
So
Persuasion. Right after you cast it and before you start weaving your story, his eyes narrow at you, eyes, and he nods. I know that one too. He definitely implies he knows exactly what you're up to.
Right. But the logic is sound, isn't it not?
So, okay, you got a 26 on the history, 15. All right.
+3.
I can see that you are unable to keep a secret. And he's looking dead at Brotlord. Well,
Told you that.
I suppose we shall just let the cat entirely out of the bag. And you guys hear a large growl at this point from within the wagon itself. And he glances back. He's not worried at all. And then he continues speaking to you. I am not who I appear to be. I am not this Ricardo. It is a personage that I have invented to disguise my true purpose for being here. He
Kind of got that.
And then, as he says that, his face transforms into a completely different looking person, an aging half-elf. This personage here, this caravan owner that I have been pretending to be, was simply a ruse to get me closer to folks here in Barovia, that I might learn more about this devil that rules over them. I am aging, getting older, and I have taken it upon myself to slay the greatest vampire of them all. For I am... he kind of like presents himself, you know, Rudolph van Richten. And he waits in anticipation for recognition to sparkle in your eyes as he proclaims who he is.
I'll applaud.
Nice to meet you.
Applauds.
Nice to meet you, I guess. Still
could,
wrong to hate an entire people for the actions of a few.
Could everyone roll a history check for me, please? I want to see who has heard of him before. Eyes has not.
All right, let's see.
Varys. Nope. Brotlord. Okay, Stephan has heard of him before. Stephan.
That wouldn't be surprising if the Vastani hate him, so yeah.
Okay. So
Stephan,
you have heard quite a bit about Rudolph van Richten and know
I'm excited.
Much of his history of being a vampire hunter, well, a hunter of monstrosities in general, but he specializes in vampires. And after having heard his story, this hypothetical story of a father, son, and all this thing, everything clicks. You've heard how Van Richten's son, his 13-year-old son, was stolen by a Vastani. And you grew up among the histories of Vastani, probably because of
right. I was gonna say, yeah. The idea is my father was a Vastani, but my mother knew a lot. He told her a lot. So,
okay,
yeah.
So you've heard the story of how Van Richten's son, when he was 13, was stolen away by the Vastani, and later Van Richten, hunted down the Vastani, found out the information about where to find his son. He did not. Now your mother and father, whoever told you this, was very clear that Van Richten was merciful towards your people and did not do anything to them, but he did hunt down the monster. He found his son, had to kill his own son. The monster turned out to be a vampire who had already turned his son into a vampire follower of his. Gotcha, Van Richten had to kill his own son to release him from that condition, and then in return, that vampire slew Van Richten's wife and the rest of his family that he had. And so then Van Richten went and took care of that vampire and then dedicated his life to slaying foul creatures like that, in particular vampires themselves. And so he has this, even outside of the Vastani, he has a reputation of being this renowned vampire hunter in the world.
I will see. Yeah, so then as soon as all of that clicks with me, I will say, wait, you are him? You are the one that they talk about?
Yeah, a smile goes across his face. He looks a little disappointed when nobody else recognizes his name, but then as you say that, he smiles a little bit and nods. I am. And I am here to destroy Strahd.
He took my eyes.
Strahd himself took your eyes?
His creatures, he sent them. They all looked like her.
What did he send after you?
The dolls that looked like, what was her name?
Irina.
Irina. They all looked like Irina. He mocks us.
It is his lot in this world to bestow upon others suffering. It is reasonable.
I will find a way. I will restore my sight. And we will
Now,
have our revenge.
I do want to explain something to you all. You've seemed to imply I've heard the charge of racism implied against me. I want to be very clear about something. I spoke with Esmeralda this morning. She is in Valaki at this moment. We had I will admit, a rocky relationship before our parting some years ago. Things are set to rights now, but I cannot travel with her. I know it seems like you were trying to arrange events such that we would be together. I explained this to her this morning. I'm cursed. I have been cursed for some time now. Evil and misfortune falls upon those I care about, those who are near to me. And I do not wish that upon Esmeralda. Thus, I will not join her company. I understand that together we would face a much greater chance against this devil that we seek to destroy, but I know in my soul that if we confront him together, something horrible will befall her, and I can't let myself be responsible for that. And that is the reason that it will simply not work.
I'm good with curses.
This is not a curse in any mortal realm.
I mean, what are the wordings? What were there wordings, or is this just something?
Do not understand curses. You should spend a few years amongst the Vastani if you wish to understand curses.
This was indeed a Vastani curse, I might say. What was the name for the leader of the Vastani again?
The Rani.
Rani. A powerful Rani, with her dying breath casted upon me. I don't think any magics in the mortal realms will be able to remove it.
But it kills the people you love, right?
No, not kill. Bestows terrible misfortune upon them.
Just so
That
you
is
know,
the Vastani way. Killing is so quick. Killing is over in too fast a fashion. The Vastani, they rarely use their curses to kill.
And you still have feelings for Esmeralda.
She is my protege, my mentor. Her skills surpass my own.
She said that you were a pedophile.
What?
Well, if he hates her, then
No,
he
lies.
She did not.
What?
She said no such thing.
Can't slander our allies.
what? No, I mean,
He looks very confused right now.
if
We all are.
if
It's a normal thing around eyes.
if he hates Esmeralda, then she will be safe, and we can work together. Which, by the
My
way,
God.
I don't like you either. No,
For
okay,
what
so-
you must understand, Vastani curses don't fall to your silly tricks, eyes.
I also, out of character, I want to stay away from sexual favors and pedophile talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
I can totally respect that, sir.
All right,
I
thanks.
dig it. Agreed.
Then she thinks you're a werewolf.
Or a vampire.
So
Like I
I've
said, she's-
explained.
the thing they hate the most is vampires, so you could say she thinks she's a vampire.
that would be my fears, of course.
Yeah, right.
That in our attempt to defeat Strahd, somehow Esmeralda would become that which I hate the most, and she would suffer for eternity, perhaps even taking Strahd's place as the
Yes.
evil ruler of this domain. I cannot put myself in a position where I could be held responsible for that. So I understand Esmeralda has spoken to me. She's mentioned you all and that she might be aiding you. I would also happily aid you as well, assuming you obtain these 3 powerful artifacts that might help us. But I am afraid to say that you would have to choose between us. It is either Van Richten or Esmeralda.
Esmeralda has been,
Suppose you have-
has been a great ally to us. She has been very helpful. She's done many things for us.
Yeah, but we can make that decision when we cross that bridge,
Well,
like on the
and-
battle day of Strahd.
simply, I was going to say that even though Esmeralda has been such an ally and been so good to us, I nonetheless believe 2 things. One is that Esmeralda would do anything to protect her mentor, and 2 is that her mentor would do anything to protect him or protect her. So that means that they have to avoid each other. I think that were it my child or protege, I would want to be picked to protect them. We will choose that later, but my belief is now that I know who you are, sir, and now that your name is whispered among the Vastani, your name is sometimes cursed and sometimes praised and often spoken in fear, I believe that is what my choice would be.
I want to be very clear, too. I have done nothing but visit mercy and grace upon the Vastani in my travels. In fact, the son that I spoke to and the father were none other than myself, of course, in my hypothetical example.
Yes.
And when I found the Vastani who had captured and sold my son to that vampire, curse his name, I did not visit any harm upon them, though I certainly wanted to.
I believe, Mr. Van Richten, that is why your name is spoken in fear. The Vistani know one thing. They know that you must take what you want and that you must leave nothing behind of your traces. When the Vardo travels from village to village, sir, we do not wish them to remember us in anything but good. So any harm that is caused, we simply wipe that away. You, however, did not wipe away the harm, you left it. And so I believe that was why you are feared among them.
Also, there's a little problem with the we might need a B team. In that when we kill Dracula, he's going to turn into mist and escape into one of his many coffins. We need to somehow prevent that, which I'm thinking that we might need some other strategy.
Yes, I agree. Listen, I feel like for the first time in a few days that now we may have some hope. I will tell you that losing my eyes, that devil taking my eyes, and I know it was him, that made me lose some hope quite a bit. But now finding that you are here, I believe the fates are with us again. And I am ready to fight, to get my sight back, and to finish this thing.
There are those 3 magic items I spoke to you of are not the only items of power in this realm, potentially. This Barovia has been sealed off from the rest of our worlds for quite some time. Who knows what powerful individuals have wandered in here what they have brought with them before they died, before Strahd's power. So items certainly exist that might help you here. It's just a matter of finding them, becoming aware of their existence, and tracking them down. I don't know of any powerful healing, any clergy that might be able to help you in this land. All of the clergy currently appear to worship the Morning Lord, whose power has not been felt upon this land for quite some time. And the Mother Night, well, she's probably not one to help to begin with.
But she's manifest here? I thought she was a deity.
I, from what I've been able to gauge from my time here, is that Strahd is in effect the ruler and deity that affects this world. His will becomes reality, from what I can see.
If Stephan was bitten by a lycanthrope, would his eyes grow back?
I'm not volunteering for that.
I have a plan to cross off the list and keep moving on.
I don't know if that would work.
Just checking. We'll put that as plan like L for lycanthrope.
There is a den. There is a den of lycanthropes here in Barovia. They occasionally beset themselves upon travelers along the roads.
There's a few less of them.
I think there are maybe less now.
Oh, you've encountered them. Well, that's as good. They're like rabbits, though. Unless you root out the nest, they always come back.
Well, if you talk to Esmeralda, that's kind of all I needed you for.
Very well,
It
then.
seems as our journey must continue.
All right. I believe I will be in Kresk for a little bit, perhaps. I've also heard of a winery thereabouts that sounds interesting. But I'll be about. If you have need of me, then I'm sure Barovia is not that big. We can find each other.
Well, make sure you try some of the beer and crest. It's really good this time of year.
And
I see.
Yeah.
Watch out for the abbot.
Oh.
He's mad. Oh yeah, and a solar? No, angel. Substance, sir.
Indeed.
So
A celestial being.
That sounds like something else for me to investigate while I'm in the
A
area.
fallen celestial being.
Very careful. He is batshit crazy.
Warning taken. I appreciate it. Well, then, it seems that our paths must part. I would ask you, of course, to keep this secret of my identity among yourselves.
Yes.
I know it can be challenging at times, he looks directly at Brotlord, to keep secrets that have been entrusted unto you.
Well,
Yeah, I can't, so
you weren't listening to me. You made it difficult.
I was trying to protect someone I care about.
Oh, well, she was looking for you.
We spoke.
I didn't know that.
I can appreciate that.
See, there we go.
If this beer is as good as you say it is, then perhaps all should be forgiven.
You vampire hunters need like a secret handshake or something.
We do. It involves a stake through the heart.
Oh, yes. It's like, with handshake.
seems like a painful greeting.
Porterhouse or ribeye?
Either.
I'm
is
bad
good.
at keeping secrets, but I'll try.
All right. Well, he thanks you guys all, and
Yep.
he heads off on his way.
I like some where's old Esmeralda staying at.
Oh, the Blue Water Inn. It's like it's like the only inn in town, I think.
I think
Elki's kind of big, dude.
Yeah, but
we need to
there aren't a lot of travelers in Barovia usually.
I think we need to get ourselves to the windmill.
The question is, would she come with us?
I'm going to think probably not.
She wouldn't, or we don't want her to?
She would not. I don't think that the windmill is going to pertain to her interests.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's kind of rude up for us not to meet her after we said we'd meet her here.
Oh, we did say. Oh, okay, my bad. I forgot I forgot we hadn't done that part yet. I know we did say we would, but I didn't realize we hadn't done that part yet.
Yeah, we left to find help before we met her.
Yeah, she said she is going to take her like 10 days or so, or a week or so first for her to get her stuff settled there.
Okay, so heading back to meet Esmeralda.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, on the way to the windmill, because we're going to get there one of these days. Might be 3 or 4 more sessions, but we're going to make it.
I know, that's what I keep saying too.
I didn't know that the doll would be successful on both of its attempts. It had to specifically gouge. It had to specifically stab both eyes successfully and reduce him to 0 hit points.
Oh, it's all good. Like I said, this is great role playing stuff.
You ambushed Stephan. I mean, come on.
Right, I was going to say the one you picked. That's true. By far the
It's not like it was Marathon.
easiest target.
You know?
True, fair enough. But no, it's all good. I love
They're
it.
not
I
ranges,
love
and
it.
3 hours later, you're still trying to get the eyes out. You know.
Let's roll with it.
All right, you guys travel back into town, into the Blue Water Inn, and Esmeralda is sitting there in the tap room, drinking a glass of wine. As you guys enter in, she glances over her shoulder at the creak of the door, spots you, lifts her glass, and beckons for you to come join her.
I like her better already.
I'll sit down and like
Can we
order
do
a
a
beer,
bio
but
real quick?
Yeah, yep, let's take a 5-minute bio and move back.
Perfect.
Well, but we don't fight any more constructs. I don't like constructs. My poor monk suffers enough at being powerful to lose his ability to stun things.
Yeah, Stunning Strike is one of the monk's redeeming qualities for sure.
Just playing with just the longbow from now on. No more melee with him. Tired of getting beat up. I'm gonna stand back here and shoot arrows for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I even gave you a cloak of protection and stuff, man. I'm trying to help you out.
Yeah, I know. But then you roll like, 3 natural 20s every time you attack me. So, it kind of cancels out.
I can't control roll 20.
I'm aware.
Now, I do happen to have one set of dice gifted to me by someone who's probably cursed them to always roll high.
You've gotten better since you were using roll 20 instead of rolling those dice against me. So maybe that's progress. You hit me less often than you used to.
Yeah.
And I will admit, the incredible running speed is a lot of fun. I can go 150 feet.
So apparently what people tell me about monks is that at lower levels they are kind of squishy and unimpressive, but as you get into the higher levels they become very powerful as a class. I've never seen it before, but that's what I've been told.
I mean, having 3 attacks helps.
Yeah, I mean, part of it's I'm matching with Meridon, who is unbelievably powerful, so that doesn't help any.
Yeah, they get 4 attacks, plus each attack starts doing a higher dice damage. Not like they used to. Their main feature is getting into position. Right?
That's it. I mean, I've got mobility way out there. I mean, I can get wherever I want to be when I want to be it.
Yeah.
Already, and that just gets better.
That's just the one thing I've ever seen that monks are superior at. Like, if you need someone to go tackle the wizard, that's your monk.
Yeah, I mean, I can, especially when you add the jumping, and I mean, it turns out in Ravenloft is great because like everywhere is dim light, so I can jump all over.
Yep, that's one advantage you're gonna have in Barovia.
Yeah, like I said, most of the places we go, everything's dim, so I can always jump.
So I figured out another solution for Stephan's eyes. There's a spell called Tiny Creature. No, what is it? I have it on my spell list. I just have Tiny Servant. And at higher levels, you can create 2 tiny servants. So what you do is you cast them on his eyeballs, and they'll sprout arms and legs. And then you have them rest inside of his eye sockets and hold on and steer him, like by pulling on his eyelids and saying things like "over there."
This seems very probable.
This is not what I had in mind.
I wouldn't have thought your ideas could keep getting worse, their eyes, but they do seem to be. So, you know, there's that.
Yeah.
This one's
I never thought I'd think nostalgically back to be kill him and mend him while he's a dead being.
Yeah.
Hope he counts as an object as a good plan.
Seems like the more we talk, the better option that becomes. Jeez.
I was gonna say, that becomes a better option the more options you come up with. Let's give him demon eyes. No, really. That's not.
So, the group, I believe, is going to sit down with Esmeralda and have a little chat with her.
Yep.
So I'm gonna order a beer and whisper in her ear that we saw the carnival driver on his way out of town.
She nods at you. Oh, very good. Did one of you now, Brawler? Did you tell her that he was Van Richten? Were you the one that told her that, or?
Yeah.
Okay. That's as far as Esmeralda is concerned, though. That was just between the two of you, right?
hmm That's why I whispered it to her.
Okay. She nods at you and says, "Ah, wonderful. The world is in need of entertainment."
It's unfortunate that you guys can't travel together.
She gets a little bit glum and nods, but it is understandable.
But no more discussion of that as I cheers her with her beer.
Yes, so, I was going to meet here to advise you all on the situation with the abbot. He did not do what we expected. On the morrow after you left, he took his bride, sprouted wings, and flew to Castle Ravenloft to present her to Strahd himself.
That's pretty much what I expected.
So, Strahd did not come. There was no opportunity for observation, nor an opportune strike against him or anything. And I waited 9 days to see if perhaps he would return, if there'd be any news or anything. He never returned. And so I set off here to inform you as agreed upon.
I don't know what happens if a vampire drinks angel blood.
That is beyond the scope of my training.
Mine too. It just seems like an interesting and horrific question.
And what happens when a fallen celestial being is infused with the power of a vampire?
Oh boy.
Now, the Empiric Angel sounds scary.
This does not bode well for our world. Well, for this world, I should say.
What do you plan on doing now?
I don't see much point in staying in Kretsk. I was considering traveling to Barovia, the town, of course, that lies in the shadow of the castle, to perhaps listen to rumors and keep an eye on things. I might learn something of what happened when the abbot arrived. No guarantee, of course, but it's just an off-chance hope, I suppose.
See that?
I've been noticing a reoccurring theme. I don't know if you've noticed such, but there's a womanly face that seems to appear here and there and just about everywhere, and that is the face of the Barovian's burgomaster's daughter.
Mm.
And I believe, well, we know that she is in grave danger from the double Strahd himself.
Which burgomaster are we referring to?
The burgomaster of Barovia.
The town itself.
The town itself. Irene something.
Irina.
Yeah, Irina.
But
and
I thought that she was the ruler here in Vallaki.
Oh, she is.
Yeah, that
Recently
too.
installed. But we have reason to believe that she is in mortal danger. And the hope is that a little extra. If Strahd was to strike, it might be her.
So you have reason to believe that Strahd might strike against Irina, and Irina is here in Vallaki.
Exactly.
Well, perhaps I stay here.
Watch in the shadows.
That is a very strong argument. Though I would love to know what's happening with the abbot and his bride. Tell me,
Go out on a limb and say it's not good.
you guys, which direction are you heading next in your travels?
Well, we're planning on going to the windmill to try to get Stephan's eyes back.
Yes, but ask us again tomorrow. I'm sure that will change.
Windmill.
Yeah, the wind will blow, and
Is this the windmill? I'm not familiar with this. Where does it lie?
Is it
To the northeast of here.
To the east.
Yes.
West, I thought it was
Northeast,
east.
yeah.
Yeah, it's east.
Oh, it's in the
It's
direction.
occupied by apparently demons and things, as well as 3 crazy old ladies who cook children into pies.
I am not an expert on cartography, but I do believe to the east is where Castle Ravenloft also lies. You
Yeah,
might
it's a similar path.
you might be able to
There's a turnoff.
find out what happened to the abbot and his bride while you're in that direction, if it's convenient, of course. Just to satisfy.
If we hear anything.
Yes. I wouldn't put your lives at risk for it. I wasn't going to.
It's kind of routine for us, so.
I think breathing does that pretty much.
Yeah.
Near as I can tell. But not breathing probably would too, so it's really not a change.
It's true.
Only for a little while.
Very well then. I'm going to lay low here, I believe, in Vallaki then for some time and keep an eye on this Irina.
Do people go up to Castle Ravenloft and ever return?
We did.
You've been there and returned?
Yeah.
At least in some fashion, yes.
Actually, the whole reason why we're here is via invitation from the Dark Lord.
So are you saying he invited you to his castle?
Yeah.
For dinner.
And you, of course, took advantage of this opportunity to scout it out.
Well, it's not that easy when he and his minions are observing you the entire time.
Yeah, lots of vampire ladies, as
Yes.
Stephan will remember.
I do remember.
Stephan, you could have gone for reconnaissance.
Oh,
Why
yes.
didn't you take the vampire woman up on her?
I'm certain that it would work well if I were to travel to another room with one or more of those vampiric ladies. It would work out well for all of us.
I could have cast a spell on you. You would have been safe.
So do we start making our way towards the windmill? It's only like midday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
One,
it's like 1 o'clock-ish.
probably 2 now.
It's 2:30.
But I assure you, if we hear anything about it, I'll let you know if I can.
That sounds spectacular. So yeah, she's gonna stay here in Vallaki then. She'll keep an eye on Irina for you guys. Well, I mean, not for you guys, but
Yeah.
for your opportunity
Still be helpful.
to be helpful. Exactly.
All
Sweet.
right. Off to see the ladies, the wonderful ladies of Barovia.
So heading to the windmill.
Yep.
Sure.
All right. Let's
Boy,
do.
you guys are gonna be feeling pretty stupid when you see all those kids running around.
Well, to begin with, let's remember why we were going there. I still have no sight.
Meat pie. Oh. It's that illusion, man.
We are going to ask if they have a
you
way to help.
You put that illusionary face on it. Looks like you have eyes, so it's like out of sight, out of mind. I'm sorry.
I feel like half of this game has been telling eyes to stop talking.
Let's get to the killing.
All right. So you guys are here in Vallaki. You're heading to the windmill that's over here. And what's the scale on this map again? Oh. 1 square equals 1/4 of a mile. Okay, so you're talking about 3 miles of travel, roughly. Some of it's up through the mountains and stuff like that. So you're probably going to be going about average 2 miles an hour or something. So that's like 6 hours of travel or so. All right. So
Wait. 2 miles an hour. Going 3 miles is an hour and a half.
is it really?
Right. Yep.
Okay.
That is correct math.
I am a game master, not a mathematician.
Not a mathematician,
Thank you. So, you guys trudge along that path, heading up into the mountains. Around 4 o'clock in the evening or so, the sun is starting to get a little low on the horizon, but not too bad. You guys are heading up the mountain path. Stand by. And as you're heading up the last mile or so through the mountains toward the windmill, you guys hear a rumble off in the distance. And glancing up into the sky, you can see dark clouds rolling in upon you.
Well, I guess we should hurry to the windmill.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps get shelter.
I'm not sure that's any safer, windmill on top of the hill and all, but hey.
You hear thunder
Anybody have to
rumbling.
call lightning?
You hear thunder rumbling. You do see occasionally lightning lights up the sky above you as these clouds roll in, and a light drizzle begins to fall upon you as you make up the last little bit up toward the windmill. And the windmill lies some perhaps quarter mile before you, and you could see several small figures moving about in front of it. The windmill itself is a building in disrepair, quite obviously in disrepair. The arms of the windmill itself do not appear to function. They're mostly destroyed. One of them is broken off entirely. They are not spinning or moving, even though there is a stiff breeze moving in now as the storm comes in upon you. So it's definitely not a functional windmill, and it's falling apart. There are holes all about in the roof and the sides of it and stuff. It's very, very poor condition. And in front of it, you guys can see playing, as you get a little bit closer, a group of about a dozen young children, boys and girls, all 8 to 10, maybe 12 years old. And you can see there are, well, they're grimy and grubby, mud and dirt. Their hair is all disheveled. Their clothes are tattered up, very, very ragged. They don't look to be in the best of health from a casual glance at them. And they are playing at something or other, poking at something on the ground. You can see what appears to be several crude wooden cages lying about the yard around them, and small things are moving about inside these cages. You hear snickering and laughing as you approach. As you get closer, you can see small little corpses littering the ground around. Squirrel here, a rabbit, a cat, small dog, and more of these animals are inside the wooden cages. Several of the children have sharpened sticks. One has a knife. And as you get closer, they turn to regard you. Cruel little smiles upon their faces.
Orphans.
What?
Why are you not
Something.
with the grannies?
Give me a hot second.
Spear spinning in front of me.
Yeah.
Actually spinning my spear. Gotta play that old insanity, Because I'm sure they're going to attack us any second now.
All right, hold on. Let me get my place in my book. Give me a hot second.
Okay.
one of the child responds to you. You would ask her, why aren't you playing with the grannies? Is that what you had said?
Aren't you with the grannies?
With the
Yeah,
grannies?
why aren't you with the grannies?
It's playtime.
Well,
Recess.
they let you play? Different orphanage than I grew up in.
Of course. We
They
play.
let you murder innocent animals.
Well, they have no souls.
They need filling for the meat pies.
That doesn't mean the animals need to be tortured.
Maybe it makes the meat more tender.
Torture does not make meat more tender.
Well, if you use a meat tenderizer as a torture implement.
Alexa, kids, where are your guardians?
Several of the children approach you. They're not in a threatening way at all. They have their implements lowered and everything. Are you here to see them? Are you here to purchase pies?
Yes.
And things that rhyme with pies.
Sort of true, I suppose.
Oh, they're inside. Morgantha will be happy to sell you pies.
Let's just go inside.
Okay.
She is our caretaker. They're all
Jesus, you guys.
they're all looking up at you, evil glistening in their eyes, these cruel little smiles across their faces. Some of them have blood spackling them from what they've been up to. They're just smiling at you.
Oh,
Alex,
My child.
whichever one's talking. So we all will be safe if we go in there?
Safe?
Yes. And I'm going to perform an insight check on its answer.
They don't really respond to that. One of them says safe and smiles at you.
I lean down to one of the kids. Hey, game we used to play. We used to tie a rope around one of their legs, swing it. You know, super fun.
Around the neck. Yes.
Leg. Well, the leg would come off. You know.
A couple of
And then
the children move away to the cages and start talking among themselves.
Are these cages locked or how are they held closed?
It looks like there's some like twine around the doors, and these are very crude wooden cages. It looks like sticks and stuff have been basically tied together with like string and twines to hold them together. They're not sturdy at all, and the animals within are, rabbits and squirrels and simple little tiny things like that. So you could easily grab a cage and just burst it apart. It would be a trivial matter to do so.
Leave the animals alone now.
A couple of the children look at you and glare. What? Recess is over now?
If the recess means harming the animals, it's over.
Who are you to boss us around?
I'm Varys, and I told you to leave them alone.
Varys. In the order of righteousness, number 1, getting Stephan's eyes back. Step 2, picking fights with little children. Let's go.
I'm not picking a fight with anyone. I'm telling you to leave them alone. Go take Stephan in. You got him.
Stephan, with me?
Varys,
Oh,
you
God.
should come with.
Fine.
Varys, listen. We will handle this. You know I will not let this go either.
So, I have an out-of-game question real quick.
Mhm.
Could I cast Unseen Servant to act as a seeing eye dog for Stephan?
Oh, right. So it couldn't
To-
like guide me in combat or anything, but it could.
No,
let me
guide
walk.
you in combat. Maybe.
Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe.
Like, pick out targets.
Hmm.
Like,
Wouldn't you have to like use your action or something to
Right, to know where it is at minimum.
at least to
At minimum.
direct it?
Yeah.
it's It says it's capable of performing simple tasks a human servant could do, such as fetching things, cleaning, mending, folding
Right.
clothes.
Which is why I would totally see the unseen servant as being able to literally be somebody who could lead me, like, so I don't run into trees and I don't walk into doors, or like I could see that. Combat's a little bit different maybe, but I mean, I have disadvantage either way in combat, but there are some situations in combat where I just won't know where anything is. But I'll have a disadvantage regardless, even if I had unseen servants.
It's a first level spell. It lasts an hour.
Yep.
It performs simple tasks at your command, so it needs to be simple tasks. And once on each of your turns as a bonus action, you can mentally command it to move up to 15 feet and interact with an object. The servant can perform simple tasks that a human servant could do, such as fetching things, blah, blah, blah. Once you give the command, the servant performs the task to the best of its ability until it completes the task. Then it waits for your next command. So it's unseen, it's invisible. It can't speak, it can't talk.
Right.
So it could interact, like it could touch him, basically. So there would definitely be limits to what it could do.
Yep.
I mean, I'm thinking like, what if the command is to like, guide Stephan? Like that's simple,
right.
but it's pretty pretty broad though as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think my problem would be you'd have to keep telling him where to guide it to.
So here's the angle that I'm trying to go for. It does the aid another action on Stephan when he uses his Eldritch Blast, which negates his disadvantage on his Eldritch Blast at the cost of my bonus action, because I have to mentally command it. So that's what I was.
It can't assist people in combat. That's beyond the scope of a simple task for a servant.
I could see that.
Yeah, you're literally asking for a combat action. Yeah, I think that's too much.
Okay.
If you do stuff like guide him, if you were to say, you'd have to give specific commands, but if there were a specific target, like Stephan's not gonna Stephan, you're blind, but you'll know where things are, generally speaking. Like you'll know that there's a different combatants on a field potentially, but you won't necessarily know which ones are which. So let's pretend that there is a wizard, okay? And the wizard is dangerous, and you want to be able to single out that particular target to Stephan. I would say that you could have your unseen servant guide him in that direction and basically kind of point him that way so that he would know that that's the right target. So we could use it to help direct him a little bit better in combat so that he wouldn't have to just kind of do stuff blindly. You know what I mean? And you could use it to direct him. Like for instance, let's say you're in a room and there's some stairs and a couple doors. If you're all going to head up the stairs, or go out a door, or you're in combat or something, you could use the servant to kind of help him go the right way or something, as opposed to fumbling around and stuff like that. So I think you could definitely use it to give him some broad kind of directions and help. I think that negating the disadvantage of being blind is more than what I'm willing to concede, but I think you could get some advantages out of it.
Okay.
I think that's very generous, personally. So I'm good with all that.
So seeing eye dog level.
Just point him a certain direction or say help him follow me or something.
Exactly
might work.
right.
But
Right.
I'm with that with fights on it. All right, Luke, because I don't think Varys can just let this completely go. Can I use sleight of hand to throw a rock or something to break the cages, but do it subtly enough that with sleight of hand that they don't know I did it when nobody's looking?
Okay, sure. Go ahead and make that.
And I will use inspiration on it.
Are you trying to do all the cages?
I don't know how many total there were, but as many as I can.
There's a total of 6 cages. You scoop up a little rock and whip it at one of them. It smashes a little bit of it, creates an opening, and several small forest creatures run out. The kids all flock over that way. Hey, they're getting away! And several of them chase off after them. The others begin looking around, confused as to what's happening. At this point...
As soon as they flock that way, I'm going after the others.
Okay, give me another check. The drizzle turns into a steady rain at this point. Thunder and lightning are lighting up the sky and sounding off in the distance. Okay, you whip another rock at that. You break another cage open, and creatures go flying or running off. The kids are freaking out at this point, running all over the place, trying to figure out what's going on.
I have advantage now because they're also distracted.
They
by
are
just
very
running all
distracted.
over.
Yep. You break another one, and they're running about, and they're confused, don't know what's going on. One of them sits down in the mud and begins bawling, scrubbing at its eyes, crying.
Good.
Another cage breaks. The little creatures go running off and stuff. The kids are just throwing a fit. One of them pushes it under the ground and begins punching her in the face, just in outrage, blaming her on it. And they begin tussling and rolling about in the mud. After a certain point, you can't tell one from the other. You break open the 5th cage, and more creatures escape. Most of the kids have dispersed now in pursuit of these creatures. A couple still remain. The 2 that remain are the ones that are fighting each other. You break open the final cage with ease. The rest of the creatures are released. And only 2 of these children remain, and they're rolling in the mud. One of them has now pinned the other face down in the mud and is pushing his head into the mud, and he is struggling feebly, face buried in the mud. He probably can't breathe.
My
Yank the kid off the other kid.
You easily yank the kid off the other kid. She's struggling and shouting, "He started it first! He started it!" He pushes himself out of the mud.
And I've ended it. Why don't you go try to find something more fun to do than kill each other, just for a change of pace?
She snarls at you and struggles as you hold her.
You really should learn how to fight better if you're going to fight. I'll carry her inside with us.
Just under one arm.
Just hold it out at arm's length. Like,
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna let you bite me a little thing.
Okay. Yeah, she struggles feebly. After a while,
Those cages were very poorly made.
she settles sullenly against you, and she whispers, "I'll call my friends."
I guess we can if you would like, but maybe we can just settle down and be content for a moment.
She sits there.
Perhaps I can give you something to eat.
Speaking of which, there's meat pies inside.
I'm not worried about the meat pies, but I'll give her some. I mean, I have like dried fruit and such. I'll give her some of that if she wants.
Do you have any?
If that'll calm her down,
Do you have any flesh?
Yeah.
I have some dried meat.
Fresh.
Oh.
Sadly, I do not.
Yeah, we do. We have these 2 eyeballs.
No. But if she's calmed down to the point like she's going to go attack the kid, I'll put her
Ice,
down.
are you trying to offer my parts to somebody?
I'm not offering.
Because I am a gentle person. I enjoy humor. I enjoy fun things. But if you offer my parts again, I promise that when my eyes come back, I will offer yours to someone.
Wasn't really going to let her eat your eyes.
I won't really let them eat you either. You see how this works, Eyes?
The girl has calmed down. She's not freaking out anymore.
Very good.
Stephan, you need to get your eyes
Sorry
back
about the animals, kid.
because you're scary. You're scaring me without them.
And that's, for the record, yeah.
Morgana.
For the record, those of you, this is very intentional. I want everybody to recognize that Stephan is definitely very different right now. He's frightened and he's angry and he's just very different. So yeah, that's very noticeable. And thank you for Joe for noticing that. It's very intentional.
Go back to spinning my spear and make sure I'm guiding Stephan inside.
Let's get Stephan's eyes back.
It's kind of the point.
Step up to the door and knock.
All right, give me a hot second. Finding maps in Roll20 is challenging.
Yep.
Like, they're not alphabetized. They don't. I gotta scroll through the images and stuff.
Yep.
All right. You reach up and knock at the door. Wait a few moments, and there is no response.
So just try to open it.
Morgantha, we wish to enter your abode. We are going to open the door. Hopefully you don't
I think
use magic on us.
Meridon would open the door.
Oh yeah, it's a good idea.
Probably while Eyes was still talking.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
Then I'm kind of going, ah.
yeah, probably true.
So
Since I suspect by now he's really hoping to hit something with his axe.
I would agree. He's getting anxious by now.
who's playing Meridon again?
I am.
Okay. So Meridon moves forward and opens the door.
Opens the door. He raises his axe and then looks back at the rest of the group and then goes, "Oh yeah," and then tries to open it the normal way.
Okay. You open the door. It's not locked. And inside, the ground floor of the windmill has been converted into a makeshift kitchen by all appearances, but the room is absolutely filthy. Baskets and old dishware are piled everywhere. Adding to the clutter is a peddler's cart. It appears to be the same one that you saw the woman originally with as she was selling meat pies. There's a chicken coop, a heavy wooden trunk, and a pretty wooden cabinet with flowers painted on its doors. In addition to the clucking of the chickens, you hear toads croaking from within the room somewhere. The sweet smell of pastries blends horridly with a stench that burns your nostrils. This awful odor comes out of an open, upright barrel in the center of the room. You can feel waves of warmth coming out of the oven against one wall, and a crumbling staircase ascends the wall across from it. Descending the staircase, you can see the hunchbacked old woman that you guys met outside the town of Barovia selling meat pies. She is coming down the staircases.
Oh, welcome. We meet again. Please come in. Have a seat.
She gets to the bottom of the stairs and gestures at you all.
Please, don't be strangers. Be welcome here.
I will purposely fumble a little more than usual, feel around my way to make it clear that I can't see. I wanted to very much notice that I am not able to see, so I will go out of my way to do that.
All right.
Meridon says pointedly, "I noticed you have no chairs."
Oh, yes. Chairs are in short supply around here. They tend to get broken.
And she looks right at Meridon.
Can I whisper to Stephan? I say, I'll tell him, hey, maybe I can exchange some beers for your eyes.
Whatever you can do.
Like, I can get a contract, so like, I'll supply her beer, and she can sell it with her pies.
I would be grateful if
I
that's
feel like
what.
that's a good deal.
Are you guys all going in there? You don't necessarily have to move your minis. I just want to know if you're inside or not.
Oh, yeah. I didn't move my mini.
Okay,
but
that's
yeah.
fine. All right,
Yeah,
you guys.
I'll,
To be
I'll
honest,
stay
I
with
can't even see the
Stephan, but-
entrance. But...
It's right underneath me, but
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
kind of waiting
Wondering.
because I would go.
Because I was standing over
I
to the
would be
side
staying
here.
right
So.
near Stephan.
There are
Okay.
barrels in there. There's that peddler's cart. There's a trunk. So there are places you could sit if you wanted to. It's very, once you guys all get in there, it's very crammed though. It's not very large windmill.
Yeah. I'll just stay near the doors,
Now,
clinging to the wall.
It just so happens that I have a batch of fresh pies baking at the moment. They'll be ready shortly if you wish to purchase. And oh, would you care for a spot of tea?
I'll say, do you have anything stronger than tea?
Stronger than tea? You've never had my tea, have you, young man?
That I haven't.
It is delicious.
Will it get you drunk?
It will get you something.
I'd like a cup.
Very good.
she goes over to one of the barrels and she's carrying a little like walking stick. She taps on it a couple times, takes off the lid. There's some boiling water inside of it. She grabs a ladle hanging from the ceiling, reaches in, puts it into a cup that she grabs, goes over to a cabinet on the wall, opens it up. Bunches of herbs are within. She grabs a few of them, crumples them up, puts them into the cup of boiling water. Long fingernail, stirs the cup.
Yes. How strong do you like it, sir?
Oh. I usually enjoy a dark black tea with a hint of citrus.
Citrus?
She begins feeling around her face and a couple warts that she has.
Yes.
She pops one of them. Stuff squirts into the tea. Reaches
Dear
her
God.
reaches her nail back in again and stirs it up.
This should do nicely.
Blood is
Don't drink the tea.
dripping
No,
down
the
her face.
blind guy wins this one, guys. You all get to see that. I did not.
Don't
then
drink the tea, Stephan.
she
Whatever you do.
she presents the tea to Eyes.
Here you go, sir. I hope it
Thank
is to
you.
your liking.
And I immediately apply my analytical arcane mind to this tea to discern and occupy myself from actually, getting us killed.
So you're not drinking it?
I'm trying to figure out what sort of alchemical concoction am I looking at? But yes, no.
Without sampling it.
Right.
And how would you go about doing that? Just by simply observing it?
Yeah, looking for particulate matter, maybe a wafting odor.
Okay.
Maybe taking some alchemical components and dipping them in there to see what sort of reaction I get.
Do you have an alchemy kit on you to do that?
Oh, no, I guess not.
Okay. So it's just simple observations of the consistency of itself, the aroma and stuff like that.
Yeah,
All right.
do a paper test.
Give me an Arcana check as you take a look over this. So just by studying and analyzing and all this kind of stuff, you believe that it probably will give you a strong burst of euphoria and energy, followed by a hard crash and probable addiction.
Good lady. The reason we're here is we have fallen upon some difficulties, and there was a suggestion you might be able to help my friend here.
Oh, which friend is in need of assistance?
This is my good friend who's lost his eyes.
She looks around.
I see no loss of
I'm
eyes.
pointing right at Stephan. He uses magic to hide it. Stephan, drop the spell.
Huh.
I did say that I was going out of my way to look blind.
Oh dear.
And she walks over to Stephan and begins probing at his face, poking her fingers into his sockets and everything.
Ugh.
Oh dear, dear. It would appear that you have had your eyes gouged out by a young one. However did this
Yes.
happen?
It was the dolls.
The
The
dolls.
dolls took them.
The dolls took them. I see.
Stephan, technically you still have them.
Yes, they were kept by Brotor, wherever you are. Thank you. He has kept my eyes safe. We have them, but they are not working. I cannot put them back. We must find a way to restore them.
You have his eyes.
Yes.
Oh. Might I have
Can you help?
them?
Can you help him? Will you return his sight?
Hey, Varus, I think we're picking up some background chatter. Would you mind muting if you're not speaking actively, please? Thank you, sir. Well, what did you ask, Brawlord?
I said, yes, we do. Will you restore his sight?
So you'll
Give me his eyes.
If you restore his sight, yes.
So you seek... She straightens her back a little bit.
You seek a favor.
Take notes.
You wish to have his eyesight restored, do you?
Yeah, I can offer you something in exchange.
And what would that be?
An exclusive contract to my beer that I'm brewing that you can sell alongside with your pies.
She gets excited. She gets excited when you say contract, and then as soon as you start talking about beer, her face kind of goes glum again.
And I'm going to keep talking. And I guarantee it will increase your revenue 17-fold. You'll sell 17 more times pies if you pair them with this beer.
I see. I have a counter proposal for you, my good dwarf. Give me his eyes.
And you'll return his sight?
Manner of speaking, we might be able to reach an arrangement.
This sounds like a good deal.
His eyes for my eyes.
Will he be able to see?
You will.
Will I be able to see where I am? I won't be able to see here while I am out there with you, with your eyes.
You will see. You will see just fine.
And
No,
I
will
will
you-
see where I am. When I am where I am, I will see where I am.
You will.
Yes, and
Through
I know
my
you will also.
eyes.
Yes,
Can,
yes, yes.
can I do a medicine check? See if she's got good eyes.
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
Give me a medicine check.
It's going to be really good, too.
Oh, 20.
But they are in acceptable condition. They don't look to be diseased or bad or anything. They're not human eyes.
No.
There's something odd about them, but they don't appear to be bad in like
Wait.
the health wise, you know.
So I relay this in my best horse trader voice. Like, there's definitely good eye flesh in there. Good corneas. They have a sort of, I don't know, a predatory presence to them. I like them. Yeah. Maybe not.
Yeah. Why can't you keep your eyes and Stephan get his eyes
Because
back?
she wants to see what we are doing.
Well,
It is
do you want-
obvious,
how bad do you want
Obvious?
your
my
eyesight back?
lady, what you are doing here.
What's so obvious?
And I am still considering it, I will have you know.
There's nothing to consider. You will not find a deal this precious, this scrumptious.
Are you
Oh,
interested in the
wants
deed to your house by chance?
Follow where we are going. She wants to know what we are up to.
House
How
is
about
mine.
one of each eyes? You can have one of Stephan's eyes, and he can get one of your eyes.
Oh, but he won't be able to see that well with only one eye, one good functioning eye.
well,
I am willing to take on his blindness and grant him sight in return.
Stephan, it's up to you, bud.
Is that a no on the deed to her house?
That's a hard no.
Yeah.
She's not giving you her house. No.
No. We have the deed to your house in case you wanted to trade for that.
Oh, I got you.
Like become the official owner.
Well, you have the deed to my abode.
Yes. We procured it from the death house.
And a piece of paper is of value. Why?
Because it is lawfully transcribes to the bearer of such piece of paper the ownership of this abode, which in the land of contracts, is a deal with the lord of this nation, marking this territory as your own.
Well, I'm not sure that a piece of paper and official ownership does us much good. We've been squatting for hundreds of years now, and nobody seems to mind.
I guess there are squatters' laws. Common law land ownage.
Here's what I propose. I propose we take our deal until a better one comes along.
Yeah. All right.
So, we are agreed. Your eyes for mine.
Can you explain how you're going to do it?
I can do it. I mean, I could help.
My young dwarf, it involves magics beyond the realm of your comprehension. Things that, poor young innocent ears such as yourself would shudder to hear about. It is not the means that matters as much as the end. And if you wish your friend to see again, that is all that really matters, isn't it?
But I'm curious. You could teach me.
Oh, no. No. You must die and be born again. For me to teach you, you must become one of us.
Miradon said, dude.
I've gone down to 0 HP before.
And I already have 2 daughters. It's all I need.
Okay. Can I? Well, Stephan said he's willing to do it. So let's get this show on the road, ladies and gentlemen.
I won't send you away, Stephan, but we both know this is a bad idea.
Ferris, I agree it's a bad idea. Do you know of a better way?
Well, there's the Amber Temple.
The temple.
And we haven't tried the lycanthropy paradigm.
Or just the temple.
I mean, there's these supposedly were-ravens. Were-crows. Uh-oh. Probably important detail to know the difference.
The temple, Ferris, I did not want to say anything at the time, but you must remember that we were told this is a temple of ancient evil. And we were going to take an artifact from an ancient evil who died there to put into my eyes. That would not be better, Ferris.
We're also told that this is a tower full of demons, and you're about to put their eyes in. I'm not sure that that's an improvement.
I agree. And I think my point is there is no good option.
How does she react to being called a demon?
Oh, I missed that. Somebody just called her a demon.
No, it said there was a tower full of demons here.
But he's definitely referring to her because he said you're about to take their eyes.
Oh, he did say that. That's true.
She continues smiling. The insult seems to roll right off from her. She doesn't really care. You can tell that she's very tense and anticipatory at the prospect of getting your eyes. She's not going to do anything to ruin that, such as react to a passing insult.
Not an insult, just a fact.
Last chance you have to talk me out of this.
As I said, I won't stop you. I think you're making a horrible mistake, but you're my friend, and you have to do what you think is best.
Can
we have a provisio? I want to watch. Oh, damn it! Sorry.
Lord, what were you saying?
I was gonna say I want to use my skill, Eyes of the Grave, that allows me to know the location of any undead creature within 60 feet that isn't behind total coverage or protected by divination magic.
I just realized my camera has been off for me.
Yeah. Undead creatures?
Yep. So I'm just trying to see if she's undead.
You invoke that power. She does not ping to you as undead.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Does he look undead to himself?
Lord?
The whole turning into a vampire thing.
Stephan. This is the best offer that this land is willing to give you, other than our two other techniques, which, one to kill you, mend your eyes, and then resurrect you, or the lycanthropy potential, somehow giving you regeneration. Possibly we could grow eyes. And did I tell you about the tiny servants?
The tiny servants is not happening.
Okay. But so I'm saying that there are options. And we could also be doing the world a favor by going to the werewolves, you getting bitten by the werewolf, healed, right? And then going back to the werewolves and killing the progenitor, which should return you back to a normal human.
Ice. You have many schemes and ideas and plans and thoughts and plots. I'm going to ask you, because from a purely scientific, a purely power-driven perspective, is this the correct deal for me?
Can I make an arcane check to try to glean the implications of such a deal?
The deal with the old woman right now?
With the old woman. I believe I'm dealing with old magic, right? As they call it.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of old medicine women and old magics, maybe.
Okay, give me an arcana check. So she's definitely getting something out of it. This is definitely advantageous to her. You've heard lots of stories and tales. The number of different things, the different possible afflictions, curses, random whatever it could happen to be, are numerous beyond count. It's really up to her to decide what they are. However, there's one thing that most of the stories and versions do agree upon. In a deal of this sort, the exchange of body parts, particularly the eyes, would lead you to believe that she would probably be able to see through her own eyes while Stephan is in them.
I
and
entirely guessed that.
You also suspect that there might be a blending of their two fleshes as one to a certain degree or another.
So Stephan would actually be taking a step closer to whatever she is.
Right.
Something along those lines. You don't know what that means or what the implications would be, but there would probably be something there happening.
All right. So I pull Stephan aside. Look, I'm being discreet. As she could probably hear me. But this is the deal. And then I relay.
You do, and I listen, and then I say, so if you were given the choice, if it was your
I'm going to guess.
Yes.
Let me instead of saying you were given the choice, let's try it this way. I am going to guess that if you were given the choice of taking on this or going to the temple and finding maybe something more powerful, that would be the choice you would take.
I would take this.
You would take this.
Definitely. Dealing with the evil that I know.
Versus the evil you do not know.
Yes.
All right. Then we shall agree. I will make my way, fumbling again a little bit, but letting the unseen servant kind of guide me a little so that I fumble less towards her.
Stephan,
Yes.
one last point. You refuse to even consider the abbot's help because of what he has become. Do you truly believe this thing you're standing in front of is less evil than he is, but you're willing to accept their help?
Varys, I do not. If I can say, Varys, back then I was, even hours ago, more naive than I was just now. Varys, there is no good option.
And the abbot is dead.
I shall either accept the help of the evil of this land, or I shall go blind forever. Perhaps one day we can set the evil right, Varys. Perhaps one day we can set it right. For now, here we are. And the corruption must start somewhere. I will hope that someday we can root out your evil, woman. But for now, you have a deal.
Hang on. While we're at it, we should just add on the fact that the beer and meat pie combination, like, I feel like that should be a part of this deal as well.
Oh God, I am not.
Like, if you're going to get Stephan's eyes, then
while we are
sell...
talking about my immortal soul, I am not going to listen to
I'm
Rotor's
just saying
deal.
we should still. I'm saying if you're going to take his eyes, you should take my contract as well.
When Stephan says we have a deal, a bolt of lightning strikes down from the storm outside, right next to the windmill, lighting up everything inside. Light floods the area. You guys can feel the heat. Your hair stands on end from the electrified jolt just outside the windmill. Heat waves over you, and as the old woman cackles, she reaches out her hand to Stephan, ignoring Brotlord's beer and stuff like that completely. And she says,
Give me your hand. We shall begin.
All right. I do
Varys
so.
is leaving.
Varys is leaving.
Now, what I am about to do has never been witnessed by mortal souls. It is good, Stephan, that you are blind. It might sear you to the bone, erase you from existence to witness such a thing. I would advise all of you to leave now. Once the ritual begins, one may leave.
She looks at Eyes and Brotlord.
And you said once the ritual believe, what happens?
Once it begins, none may leave. So if
Like-
you stay
like
there,
ever?
something bad may happen to you. Because she
Like-
said watching
Insanity.
it could cause some bad stuff to happen to you. That's what she said.
Yeah, I really want to see it though.
Like it might cause your mind to snap. That's what she's saying.
Oh, boy.
She's
Decide
not making you
now.
leave, and neither am I. Just saying. But you might experience some serious consequences.
I say
oh.
to Brotor, take notes, and then walk out.
No,
Jesus. Dude, when Eyes leaves the room and you're staying, you know what's happening, right? Like,
yeah,
just saying.
definitely leaving.
Okay.
We should,
Brotlord is
When
walking out.
Eyes leaves the room, man, just saying.
Meridon out there too.
Miradon,
Oh, yeah.
yes, of course.
Is Meridon out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Meridon's like No chairs.
I'm out of here. All right. She grabs Stephan and says,
Let us begin.
and I gotta go bio, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's probably the best choice.
I don't think. See, and I literally meant. I know I was saying it in character, but I literally out of character mean. I don't think there's a good choice. I don't think there is one. It's purposeful. That's Ravenloft. That is, and it's not. That's not like, oh, Luke's not giving us a good choice. That's Ravenloft, man. You're not gonna get a good choice. That's how it works. I mean,
I feel like this is easier than going to fight through some temple while you're blinded.
Yeah. No matter which
one
we pick, it's going to be bad. If it would have been the werewolves, right, it would have been then something would have been like some way would have been under Strahd's control. If it would have been the temple, it no doubt would have been some evil artifact that took over, gradually. Now this thing with the hags, I'm going to unite. Like, it's all bad. It's
The
just
good
all
thing
bad. That's
is-
Ravenloft, so.
The good thing is this is
love that.
one evil versus another.
It's very
Right?
weird that I know like I am cheering it on because this is how you play Ravenloft. So I love it. I'm excited about it.
The good thing is it's one evil versus another.
Yeah.
It's
That's
not
true.
taking on Strahd's power to go battle
That's
Strahd.
true.
We're
That's
taking
true.
on Fey Witch power.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. It's all bad, and that's a good thing. That's really the sort of crux of Ravenloft is like, in the end, you do hope that you want the heroes to prevail. You do, but man, along the way, they gotta suffer. They gotta. So good stuff.
All right. Inside, the old woman, guides you onto a table and lays you out, very gently, and begins soothingly singing a lullaby to you.
Yep.
Outside, the storm picks up. The wind begins to blow, lightning streaks down, thunder rumbles. It becomes a downpour, and then mists begin to roll in from higher on the mountain to cover the area around the windmill. You can't see but maybe 10 feet around you. Wind continues to roar, rain and lightning going on, and from within, you guys can hear this chanting. This arcane chanting just bellowing through the walls. Inside Stephan, this lullaby continues, this sweet harmonic sound.
Gotcha.
And
Hey, Luke.
yes.
Before the mist started to roll in, did we see any of the kids?
The kids. Yes. There is a pair, there are three monoliths that are stacked some distance from the windmill. All of the children were gathered around these monoliths, and they appear to be dancing in a circle around these monoliths. Their faces are splayed with evil grins, and you can hear a faint chanting. The eyes, the eyes, the eyes, the eyes. And then the mists roll in, covering up the children.
I wave at them, thinking they're talking
No,
about
right?
me.
I know I wanted to get through because it was serious and I was enjoying the seriousness of it. But part of me desperately wanted to be like, all right, well, there he is. We're going to trade your eyes for my eyes. That's my eyes.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, right.
And so, Stephan, as you grow more and more sleepy, you find yourself in a trance-like, dreamlike state.
Yeah.
And you can see yourself lying on a table. You appear to be floating in a dismembered or incorporeal state above your own body, and you can see this old woman working over you. Only she is not the old woman that you remember. She appears to be something quite different than she was before. This bent-backed crone has long, leathery arms and cruel, flesh-shearing talons.
Yep.
Her face is a misshapen mass of leathery flesh with a bulbous nose, like a gnarled knot on an old oak tree, and rivulets of dark blood pour from her various orifices, dripping down onto the floor, dripping down about you, comes out of her eyes as though they were tears. It bleeds from her gums as they drip all over the place, from her nostrils, from her ears. Her hair whips about, caressing you gently as your body is put to sleep and as you observe all of this. And she takes out a ladle, uncracks a barrel, reaches in and pulls out this thick sludge, which she then drips over your empty eye sockets. You feel none of this. You're simply a disbodied observer from the ceiling.
Within that disbodied observation, I'm now screaming. This isn't what I expected. This is like, I'm horrified, right? Which is what I expect to have. Like, I didn't expect this. I thought it was going to be trading.
Fed you some soup.
And so I'm horrified by it. Obviously, I'm not trying to stop it. I'm just like giving you the role play version of what I'm doing. I'm definitely like screaming and like pounding invisible walls that I can't even get through, and like, so just FYI, my part of it.
This sludge is over your face. It pools into your eye sockets. Her hair reaches down and caresses the sludge. The sludge takes on a life of its own. Little writhing tentacles reach up from the sludge. The crone moves backward. She reaches blindly out to the side and grabs a spoon, a pewter spoon, a large one. She chants a little bit. The ritual reaches its culmination, and she plunges the spoon into her own face, digs in and pulls out an eye, which she catches with one on the other hand. She takes the eye and lowers it towards your face. The little writhing tentacles from the sludge surge upward, wrap around the eye, and pull it down into your socket, settling it into place. And then, blood pouring out of her empty socket, she, with the spoon again, plunges it into the other eye, gouges it out, lowers it down toward the writhing tentacles, which also reach up and pull it down into your socket. Blood now pouring out of both of her eyes. She pulls it together in her hands and then lowers it and drips it all over your face down below.
Yep.
And then she sways back and forth. The blood stops dripping, and you can see as she leans backward, you can see her eyes cauterizing over, and they're now just large empty sockets of emptiness, complete darkness and blackness. And then on the table, your body's eyes pop open. The crone's eyes in your body, Stephan, pop open. The eyelids open, and the eyes look upward directly at you, Stephan.
Yeah.
Your own lips curl back into a smile. Welcome home. And then your incorporeal body surges down into your physical form, and you are now aware of your body once more and looking out through your new eyes at this normal old lady standing above you,
right,
who now has no eyes, but she appears now in her original form, which you met her. Right. And she slumps down.
It is finished. It is finished.
And outside, all of you had heard this storm, the wind and everything. The chanting from the children had gotten louder, but nothing could be seen. And at this point, outside, the storm begins to quiet. The mist pulls back and away. And then back inside.
How do you feel?
I am made whole as you promised. But I know I am more.
You are whole.
And she leans down close to you, to your ear, and says,
"We are now one."
Did Stephan just get a patron for his warlock class?
Right? Patron hag. Okay, yeah. I visibly shudder for a moment at that. But I shake it off, knowing there is work to do. hoping that, as Eyes had hoped, that this is one evil struggle against another evil, and that in the end it'll be worth it. And I will stand to my feet, and I will say, our bargain is complete.
She moves back from you, and you can feel your legs move almost in accordance with hers, and she moves her arm, and your arm moves, and
Oh, I am sorry. It's difficult to shake off. It's still fresh.
then she moves away, and you don't feel any effects at all.
Okay.
You may come in now.
And the door swings open of its own volition, and everybody outside can see Stephan standing within with a pair of fresh eyes.
Are they better looking or worse looking than
Oh.
before?
Far worse.
I was going to say they're probably yellow and bloodshot.
Stephan, we will be needing a sanity check on your part.
Okay.
Let us consult the sanity points rules.
Yep.
So was there a save? I don't think there was any saving throw or anything. We just roll on the table. What's your current what's your current sanity?
It's 9.
9. So you're still on the first table.
Still on the first table, but just barely.
Now I'm supposed to roll a d10. All right.
Yep.
Let's find your d10. All right. I got a 4, which gives you an increase of 2 sanity points. So you now have 11.
11. Yeah.
11. And your new character flaw, I'll put it here in chat in Roll20. The character fears their enemies and their companions, judging their combat abilities to be inadequate, at times causing the character to become obsessed with proving their abilities.
That's again,
wow.
That's already the Stephan flaw. But that being said,
What's your current one?
wait. The one about the paranoia where I can't rest unless you complete an exhaustive investigation of my surroundings.
If the one that I just rolled up is pretty much already how you are, then you're welcome to keep the other flaw.
Well, the reason I like this one, now I'll be honest, even though it is pretty much how I am, the reason I like this one better, honestly, being completely honest about it, is because this would honestly fit what just happened to me. Like, I know that I'm generally like that, but I can enhance how much I am like that. The idea that that they're all going to be looking at me now because they know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
They all know what happened to me. They all know that I traded eyes with this hag. They know it. And so I always think they're going to be looking at me and judging me and thinking that I'm going to turn on them at any time. So I think it makes sense.
Does it help that Darius does think that now?
Yeah, right?
I feel like the way this one reads is this one almost makes you more apt to be brazen and not to like stay back in the back so much.
Yeah.
Because you're like trying to prove your worth to us now.
Well, and that's true, but I as a result of what just occurred, though, that's kind of what I'm saying. I agree with you. Like, maybe,
No, I'm just saying how
you're
it's
saying
different.
it's not as much like
It's
Stephan. I got
different
you.
than
Yeah,
normal Stephan.
Yeah, I got
Because
you.
this one puts you out in the forefront
Puts
almost.
me out there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I can deal with that. That's actually different. Yeah.
Eyes.
Oh.
You had Stephan's eyes, his physical eyes. It occurs to you that you forgot to give them to her. And when you go to check, they're no longer there.
They're gone. Yeah. The deal was struck.
But I gave them the children to eat. No.
No, you didn't.
With a sleight of hand check, remember? No. One question. Do I think that if we were to kill the hags now, he would lose his vision? Or more likely they would have complete control over him. But besides that,
Yeah.
do we think that he will lose his vision if we kill the hags?
All right. Consult your arcane reservoirs of knowledge, sir.
I'm going to tell you what I think, regardless of your knowledge or what Luke tells you. My thought is that I won't be able to touch them.
I just experienced this control over my body, so just that's where I'm at. I think my character thinks literally that if I were to try, that I wouldn't be able to attack her.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that, while we were outside, we could be like, well, when Stephan if we want to burn down this place, when Stephan gets outside, we're going to knock him out. And then we're going to burn down the witch's house with one man down.
And then you're back to having one man down.
It's true. Yeah.
Right. But the question is, do you think we'll lose? Do I think he'll lose his vision if we kill the witches now?
So eyes, you're pretty sure that the eyes in Stephan are probably going to give the witches some sort of dominion over him, if they so choose, or I should say the one woman.
Yeah.
Now, the real question is, and you're not sure about this, the real question is, would her eyes continue to function if her body is dead? And you're not sure. It's possible. Okay. It's possible that they've become one with Stephan and would continue to function. It's also possible that they're still tied into her existence as well, and that killing her would take away his sight again. You're not sure, though. It is a gamble either way.
Okay.
Option number 3.
When we come up with a better option for you, Stephan.
I know.
Then
that
we'll
was
pull
the
this
thought.
trigger.
That was the thought. Because option number 3, which I don't like either, which Luke didn't mention, and I still think is an option, is that if you kill her, guess what happens to me?
We have to cast Revivify on you?
Oh, no. She goes,
oh,
well,
shit.
I'll just use that one then.
Yes.
This vessel's no good. I'll take that one.
Oh. That is a classic old hag move.
It is classic indeed.
Though she would be entering into the body of a male. This is a new territory.
Oh, good point. Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Good thought.
Are we just leaving now?
No. I still have business with the hags.
Okay. Yeah, we do that. We don't have to get to that. That's true.
Yep.
And as before we get on to that business, all of the children come prancing down from these 3 monoliths in single file, come marching up to the base of the windmill, in through the door, and each of them reaches up and just kind of like touches or pats Stephan in some way. And each says, "Greetings, mother." And then the old woman, they say this to Stephan, the old woman goes over one of the barrels. She appears to have no trouble moving around at all either, not groping or anything. Goes over quite confidently to one of these barrels, takes off the lid. Inside you guys can see some sludge of some sort.
And now, playtime is over. Back in, all of you.
And one of the children prances in, jumps into the barrel, sinks into the sludge.
I try to interpose my body between me and the scene in Varys.
Okay. Varys, you're trying to do that. Varys can still see this happening.
Yeah.
The children are jumping into the barrel.
I hold up my cape.
Varys didn't go back inside. He's not seeing anything.
Okay. Varys
I'm
is
just covering
outside
the
then.
whole door.
He's outside doing his kata, ignoring this whole thing going on. It's the
Okay.
only thing he's got left.
The children are jumping into the sludge one by one. The capacity of the barrel is not nearly large enough for all these children to fit. But they jump in one after another, each one of them into the barrel until all 12 of them jump in. And then she puts the lid back onto it.
Until tomorrow. Now, what is your business, young one?
5 meat pies to go.
5 meat pies. They are freshly baked.
And she reaches over and opens the oven door, and this sweet, sweet aroma wafts out into your all's nostrils.
Yes, it will be a gold piece each, my good sir.
I already have the gold in my hand.
And she takes the 5 gold pieces.
Ah, very sweet.
Very sweet. And then she gives you 5 of the meat pies.
Oh, wondrous. Wondrous. You will probably be having some more customers shortly. I mean, no.
Oh, yes. Yes. Tell your friends. Please
Yes.
do. Yes.
Yes. Anyway, have a good day.
Yes. It's my pleasure.
Which, by the way,
Can I offer her, since she has like the oven open and the pies are right there, I'm gonna offer a little bit of the beer I made at the Blue Water Inn. It's really good stuff.
Again with this beer of yours.
Try it.
Mordenkainen's favorite.
She takes it. She takes it from you.
Mordenkainen, you say?
Yeah, he's just a friend.
And then she takes a drink of your beer. Would this one actually turn out really good?
Yeah. This is the really, really good stuff.
This
This is the one that made me look like a vampire.
This is quite fine. It could do with a little bit of lime, though, wouldn't you say?
Lime or Lyme?
Yes.
Okay. Well, beer is a canvas, so you can drink it how you want it. So, yep. So how many cases can I sign you up for?
Never the salesman.
We'll take as many as you wish. Should
All right.
pair finely with meat pies.
Cool. I'll need, payment in advance so I can get the ingredients.
Oh, I thought it was a gift. A way of saying thank you for helping your friend.
We
No,
know
this
you got
is-
the better end of that deal.
It's a contract. It's simple enough.
How much payment do you require?
I'll send you an invoice at a later date, but I'm going to need it before I can get you your brew.
Very well, then send me your invoice. It shall be paid.
Okay. Where are your daughters at?
Oh, they are about.
Can I go upstairs and look around?
No.
I'll be right back.
Are you sure?
She tilts her head. Her sunken eye sockets staring right at you.
Quite sure.
All right. Just curious. Where are you going to store the beer once I deliver it? It has to be stored in very particular conditions.
Deliver the description of these conditions along with your invoice, and I will ensure that your precious beer is well taken care of.
Okay. And if we're not going to be hostile to her, I'll leave. Stephan, can you
Yes.
remove your blind token?
No longer blind, Stephan.
All right. Yeah, good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Well,
Is the horribly accursed token?
Right.
Have a good day, dearies.
anytime you wish to stop in for tea or a meat pie, you know where to find old Morgantha.
And you guys depart.
Yep.
No one else wants to look around the place?
If I am to be honest, I am sick of it here already.
Magical objects? Powers that could help us against Strahd?
Every moment more I stay here, I grow more angry that I have been here at all.
Okay.
Sorry, drinking all that witch's tea had me go on.
So where
Oh,
to
just
next?
regular
The
tea.
Wizard's Tower on the lake.
Yeah, that sounds good. So, Stefan,
Yes.
and this is not for posterity or for some darker purpose. Well, maybe a little. In the future, we might want to, sort of undo this.
Yes.
So before it becomes nothing but a dream, can you recount all the details so that I can record them?
I will recount if I'm allowed to. I assume that I'm not. There's nothing blocking me from doing so.
There's nothing preventing you from
So-
describing what happened. No.
Then I will describe it to you as you heard it, eyes. But the difference is that the perspective is going to be one much more of as I describe it. Whereas like he was, describing the lullabies and the softness, like I'll be describing like the intense feeling of being removed from your body, of knowing that it's no longer just yours to control, the horrifying realization that you are wearing something of evil that you can never pluck from your own face until some farther point down the road where maybe you'll be lucky enough. The unending doom that will follow me to the ends of my days now, knowing that I have made a deal with somebody who eats children. I'll describe all this so I'll give you all the details, but I also definitely put the spin on it of somebody who says, this is definitely the fence between greater good and just being corrupt. And I don't know which side I fall on now.
Stefan, as you're in the middle of that, when he said, what did you say? It feels like something of evil is attached to your face.
Yeah.
It's I was going to say, are you describing what you just went through or a night after drinking Brotor's Reserve? Just an utter regret of what you just done.
Utter regret, right? Yeah.
Not the new stuff.
Not the new stuff. The Blue Water Pilsner.
And then after all that description, for whatever you'd like for it, Stefan doesn't try to make anything more of it other than to glance at Varys and apologize. He says, I'm sorry. And he doesn't try to make more of it. He just plods onward. And that's that.
We all make our choices and we all live with them.
Yep.
Sometimes good can only win by the narrowest of margins.
When in Rome,
Sometimes it loses.
I do hope that that's the case. I do.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
Varys, I take it back. I have one more thing to say to you that is very important. I'm doing this for the greater good. But if the choice should ever come, you know what you have to do. And I will trust that you will do it.
Die, I suspect.
It's not what I was thinking, Varys. If ever I should impede our mission, I will count on you to make things right again.
I don't know that I have a way to do that, but
Heresy's asking you to kill him.
I'm aware.
Well, if you don't, I will.
I suspect he's already killed himself, so I'm not sure that it will be necessary for me to do so.
There's always a way out.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but Ravenloft, this place is a prison.
Yes.
with no way out.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
So, happy thoughts. We should probably push. So what I do is when I see something truly horrific, what I do is I bottle it up and push it deep down.
Way down,
and-
right?
and
Way,
just
way down.
way down.
Right.
Don't ever talk about it again.
Right. Never let it affect. Just push it down. Just it'll stay there. I'll never have to worry about it coming back up. It'll
Right.
totally stay down there.
Like when I describe my time at the orphanage, it was a happy time. That's all I remember. Let's go.
Envy your ability to do that.
All right, where are you guys going?
To Mount Barotok. No,
Yeah, is that the name of it?
I think so. We got the wizards confused. We want to go to the wizard on the tower quest.
Correct. Not the wizard
At the
north
tower.
of the lake. Yeah, which was not the one.
That's north of
Not the
lake.
wizard north of the lake, the wizard
Right.
on the lake.
Right.
You want to
Yeah.
go to the Wizard's Tower on the lake that was it Esmeralda told you about?
Yes.
E-
Wasn't it?
We want to go to not Mordenkainen's tower.
Correct.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, I think we heard about it from Esmeralda. I think once we kind of clarified the hints that eyes had gotten, that also pointed there.
Right.
All right.
If it's any consolation, I will meditate on your predicament, Stephan. Possibly, there is a way out for you.
Maybe. I
see
suspect I already know the way, but
Oh yeah, the lycanthropy one.
for now, let us not dwell on it. For now, we have a mission, and I intend to plot ahead, and I intend to complete that mission.
If it kills you.
We should be so lucky.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a way that we could have like a pendant that disintegrates our soul when we die. You know. Because there are worse things than death. You know, they're here.
They are here.
All right, let me get you guys moved over to our overland map. As you guys depart the windmill, having made your deal with the kind old lady, who all of you guys speak so much evil of her, but I do want to point out that she has now given Stephan his sight back.
For the low, low price of his soul.
Right. Very bargain deal.
Well, I mean, you know, when you have his, what was the price? What was the value of his soul to begin with? Maybe it was a good deal.
Yep.
I will say
It is in the eye of the
this-
beholder.
this trip is Varys is definitely truly broken on this one.
Yeah.
First time you've ever seen him trudge rather than kind of bounce along as you travel.
Here we go. All right, so you guys travel for about an hour or so. As you're coming down out of the mountains toward Valaki, you're right around where that little arrow I just put on the map is. Traveling down out of the mountains, Varys trudging, Stephan seeing, and taking probably pleasure that he can see. Even
Well,
though
more than that, Stephan, if you want to know Stephan's mood, he marches with purpose now. He's absolutely driven. Not just, well, the flaw helps, but also because that's how he has to feel now. It's that or despair. Which one gets me further? So.
Whoa. Dynamic character shift.
Right.
I do want everyone is getting inspiration for
Cool.
your role playing and interactions with the hag and all that kind of stuff.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Please take an inspiration point. And as you're traveling down out of the mountains, you can see off to the side of the path, not too far off the path, just maybe 5 or 10 feet or so, a golden lamp. It looks like an oil lamp, you know, with a large base. It's kind of squat with a spigot, a spout that goes off the side of it, and a little lid on the top of it. It's a little bit tarnished, a little bit of dirt and stuff on it, but it's clearly gold, and it is shining brilliantly from the side of the path.
There's a big sign over it flashing trap, 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 trap.
In your mind, yes.
Right. Uh, I will, I'm going to go in that direction. I'm hoping everybody will follow.
I'll come with you. Miradon is kind of small.
I'll stand and watch.
Stephan, you approach this lamp on the ground. You are 5 feet away from it. It appears to be a golden oil lamp.
Who wants to rub it? You know, genies pop out of these things. Specifically Ifriti, but you know.
I'll pick it up.
All right. Stephan reaches down boldly, brazenly, with his newfound confidence, grabs the lamp, and picks it up. And as he does so, the ground around all of you begins to ripple. Soil moves aside, and misshapen forms begin to sprout from the ground. You see a multitude of eyes and mouths, writhing jelly-like masses on each of these creatures as they push themselves up out of the ground. There are 4 of these creatures pushing their way up out. Again, covered with eyes and mouths, amorphous creatures, purples and pinks and greens, a multitude of colors rippling through them. The ground around you becomes squishy and moist and soft. You feel yourself sinking in just a little bit, as though as they come out, you're almost sinking within the ground. And there's this noise, this cacophony that greets your ears from all of their mouths, speaking at once.
The lamp, the lamp, the lamp.
And just the air is full of this noise as they chant and cackle.
The lamp, the lamp, the lamp.
And they begin to approach you, moving in on you.
Start combat?
We start combat. Let me get you to the right map.
I figured you were, yeah. That's what I was waiting for.
I haven't placed everything exactly yet, but once you're on here, you should be able to see, and then you can select your tokens and roll initiative. I have to
see all of us.
Yeah, I don't have everything set up quite yet.
Okay.
By any chance, did Stephan gain dark vision?
Stephan, did he gain dark vision?
It's a fair question.
Yes.
So I didn't object.
Stephan, you now have dark vision 60 feet.
60, you said?
60 feet, yes.
All right. Mm-hmm. That was a very fair question, so.
You got something from it.
Well,
Except...
I still paid way more, but yeah. Can I add that? Let's see.
All right, let's get some of these things. And you guys had gone off the path just a little bit, so let's put you guys over here. Stephan had gone first, so you'll be a little bit deeper in than the rest of your companions. Miradon was probably close behind you, kind of keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, Miradon said he was going right with us. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Agreed.
We'll do something a little bit like that. I'm going to assume you recast your bat at this point, Eyes. You've had lots of time to do so.
Let's try.
I didn't know he was dead.
Oh,
He says he's alive.
okay, all right. That's fair. I didn't know. If he's alive, he's
We
alive.
just assume by
none
now
of
that
the
he
doll-
died because
We just assume that he's dead. Yeah.
You have to assume he died.
I don't think the doll's got him.
All right, that's pretty good. Let's go with that. Great. So I have brought Lord Varys and Stephan's initiative. I don't have Iza's.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm gonna have to probably manually do Meridon's.
Right.
I might do it. Let me. Oh,
Oh, see if it works. It did not.
I did it, but I did it on myself.
So what's Meridon's initiative?
7.
7. So you got a 7 and Meridon got a 7?
I got a 15. Miradon got a 7.
Okay, gotcha.
I accidentally had my token clicked when I
Okay.
opened up his character sheet. But yeah, apparently I can just click through his stuff.
Let me get my guy over here set up.
You know what's super annoying? So I took the spell haste so that I could pump up Miradon. But we're always getting in situations where I'm going to cast Bless. And then why doesn't the cleric cast Bless?
That's a good point. All right, there we
Not
go.
that kind of cleric. Come on.
Right,
you guys
not
know
that
this.
kind of cleric. Yeah.
Oh.
Barely heal you guys.
I'm barely a cleric.
What you really need is to be in
Okay,
Hackmaster where they have spells that can make people drunk.
Right.
I would see.
There was a spell in
Just be like,
Pathfinder.
but you memorized all the drunkenness spells. Well, those are very useful. They are to me.
Okay. Here we go. Eyes, you're up first.
All right.
So eyes, as you're standing there, this ground about you is becoming squishy and dough-like, and you're sinking into it. Please give me a strength saving throw.
Oh no. I am going to spend an inspiration point. Ew.
You manage to surf this gushy dough-like ground, and nothing untoward happens to you. However, this cacophony of lamp, 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 lamp comes at you, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wow.
Oh,
Crap.
there it is.
Oh wait. Wizard. That's a 10? No. Nah, I'll take the 6. Never mind.
Okay. So you can't take reactions until the start of your next turn, and you roll a d8 to determine what you do during your turn. So please roll a d8, sir.
Sorry. I know what these are.
A 3. All right, you do nothing on your turn. You stand there, dumbfounded. Varys, you're up. Varys, strength saving throw.
No chance I can use acrobatics or something.
It is a strength saving throw.
That's worth a try.
Yep.
A 5.
Okay, Varys, your speed is reduced to 0 until the start of your next turn. As you sink into this dough-like substance, it's grabbing your feet and ankles, holding you in place. And then this cacophony of chattering comes at you. Please give me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I'm using my inspiration on this one. 13.
Okay. Nothing untoward happens. What would you like to do? You have a speed of 0.
Since I can't move, I'll zip out my longbow and sink 2 arrows into this guy. Well, shoot 2 arrows at him. We'll see whether I actually hit him.
Which one was it again? I'm sorry.
Hold on, I'm rolling to hit, and then I'll show you again. Doesn't really matter. But, with a 10, I'm sure I don't hit. It's this one a little below me here.
Your arrow sinks into it.
With a 10?
With a 10.
Well, 5 whole points of damage. And then I will fire my second arrow. 19 for 10 points of damage.
Also hits it. 2 arrows stick into its quivering mass. The mouths immediately surge up and begin mawing on the arrows, chomping them up and swallowing them.
Remind me not to grapple one of these things.
Yeah.
And
Don't
is
do
the
that.
area we're in considered dim?
Dim light. You were walking into a forest and stuff. Yes, I would say it's dim light.
Then I will shadow step. Right there.
All right. Poofs away and pops back out. You don't have to shadow step into dim light. It's just if you're currently start your turn in dim
I
light.
think it does have to go in, so I'm going to say probably over here where there's trees as well.
Yep, that's reasonable. All right, you pop over there. Stephan, let's see, where are you?
I'm pretty sure it's in and out.
I'm sort of in the back here.
Okay. Stephan, then, you are just away from that doughy ground-like surface.
Right.
You can hear this discordant cacophony of whispering from them. Please give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Also dim light, so yes.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Stephan, you cannot take reactions until the start of your next turn. Please roll a d8.
Yeah, I'm not going to bother with... I have a thing that we can add some more, but I feel like it wouldn't make it anyway, so I'm just going to go with it.
All right. You take no action or bonus action, and you use all of your movement to move in a randomly determined direction.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Would that be a
that another
D9?
D8?
A D8? Yes.
It's a D8, yeah.
Roll a
3,
D8.
6, 8, yep.
North is 1 going clockwise.
North is 1. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
4. So 1, 2, 3. So it'd be this square.
So this way, yeah.
Yep, that way.
And all of my movement to move that way, right?
Correct.
So I'm kind of off the map. 2,
Yeah.
5. Like, yeah, that's as far as I can move, but I'm farther, so.
How many squares off the map? 2?
That was 4. If I'm using all of my movement, I would move a total of 10, so 6 more.
You
Except
take.
you don't take an action, so I assume
yeah.
you can't dash.
Correct. You don't take
Oh,
an action.
never mind.
or
So I
bonus
take 1.
action.
So one off the map. Then.
1 off the map. Okay, cool.
You're right. My bad. I was thinking I had to double move. So yeah.
Okay, just track that for me if you would, sir.
Yep. No problem. I got it. 1 off the map.
Brotlord.
Easy to remember.
Your friends are fleeing. One has poofed away. The other one is just running flat out away from you. You are not in the doughy ground because that little circular radius does not take up at least half of the square you're currently in, so you're not on the doughy ground. But you can hear this cacophony, so please give me a wisdom saving throw, Mr. Cleric. Pass it with flying colors. What would you like to do?
Alright, so I saw Varys stick this guy with a couple arrows, right?
Correct.
So yeah, I'll throw my hammer at it.
All right.
It's single-handed, so 12 to not roll damage. Okay, try this again.
You got damage, just no to hit.
That was the damage?
It just rolled damage. Sorry. Let's see. Try this again.
Okay, 26 hits.
All right, so for
12
12
damage.
points of damage.
You
Plus
pounded
a bonus D8 for throwing it, right?
Oh yeah, plus bonus D8 because I yeeted it. All right, so that's plus 7.
All right.
So 19 points of damage
Pound it
To
with
this-
your hammer.
to this one.
Yes.
So then I'm going to use movement to go 5, 10, 15, 20. Right about there.
Eridon, you're standing in this doughy ground. Please give me a strength saving throw.
Not raging yet.
Okay.
So 22.
You are surfing on the surface of it. Not affected. A wisdom saving throw, please. You managed to
10.
beat off these horrible sounds echoing in your mind. What would you like to do?
My brain is solid. I kill annoying things. Like
You are-
eyes.
You are considered difficult terrain. Now, you guys should all be able to see those yellow circles around them. That represents the soft ground. It's like moving and, jostling around a bit. So you guys can visually get an indication of it. But when you're traveling into or through any of that, it is considered difficult terrain.
All right. I'm gonna rage. So rage 1. Going to attack with his blood axe raging stuff. Hopefully, recklessly. Yeah.
Reckless attack. You have
Oh no, he
advantage.
doesn't need to reckless attack because these things have like no armor class. Oh, but I could roll like nothing.
Are you going to do? Are you going
Not
to?
reckless attack.
Are you doing his
So
power
13?
attack, where he
Yes.
takes a -5, you get a +10?
Yep, 13.
13 makes it a 8.
No, that it's all calculated in on his character sheet.
Oh, it is already calculated.
Yep. See, it says +4.
Okay. All right, that
So,
hits. 26
26
damage.
damage. Plus he's raging, so it deals some radiant damage. Where's the radiant damage button?
It's like a 1d6.
1d6 plus 3. So 4 radiant damage.
All right, you give that creature a good smoking with your axe.
And attack again. Oh.
That is your axe buries itself into the ground. You have to give it a sharp tug to get it out.
Yep. All right. I think that's it.
And now it is my turn. All right. This one here is going to close to right there. That'll close to right there. This one will close to right there. And this one right here. Ooh. One of its mouths surges upward, orients itself toward Meridon. And it spits out a glob of
Yuck.
pink jelly-like substance at Meridon's face. Oh, hold on a second. No. We're gonna have it explode in this square right here between Meridon and Eyes. I need each of you, including your bat, Eyes, to make a dexterity saving throw.
I think Meridon has advantage because he can see it coming.
I think so, yes. Mhm. Was that his?
Yep, that was his.
Okay, yep. Okay, so he's saved. Nothing happens to him.
Crap. Eyes is gonna get hit.
Okay.
And bat. I'm just gonna roll a d20. And then, yeah. Oh wait. Just one sec. I had a slash after my d20, so it's always gonna be 1.
Oh, okay.
So, but that's still not good.
Yeah. So,
and the bat I think has a negative wisdom.
okay. Eyes and the bat.
Oh no, it's 10.
You are both blinded until the end of this creature's next turn. So please put a little blinded symbol on your tokens, please. And then this one right here, it's up next to Meridon. It moves its mouths next to your leg, Meridon. Tries to take a nice big chunk out of you. That is a 13 to hit. Meridon, what's your armor class?
15.
Okay, it misses you. This one right here is also going to spit out a big glob of gel. It'll do it in the same spot. So trying to affect Meridon this time. Give me another dexterity saving throw from Meridon.
All right.
Ooh, Meridon also blinded till the end of this thing's next turn. And it is going to, let's see, Meridon's now blinded. It'll attack Meridon with advantage. As it reaches out, it sinks its teeth into Meridon's leg for 15 piercing damage, halved because you're raging, so 7.
Okay.
And I need a strength saving throw, which you have advantage on because you're raging. All right, nothing bad happens to you. This creature right here is going to, let's see, it's going to attack Eyes, who's blinded with advantage. Misses Eyes. This creature right here hacks up a big, huge loogie of purple jelly and shoots it over toward Brotlord. Brotlord, please give me a dexterity saving throw. This jelly comes right at your face, and you manage to move aside as it zips past you and splatters some distance back in the forest. And that's all of my guys. We are at the top of the round. Any discussion?
I think it's correct, but just to confirm, the ground moves with these things. It's not something they leave behind, right?
That's correct, yeah. The jelly-like ground is moving with them.
I thought so. I just want to make absolutely sure, just because I could change things.
I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians and then try to run up to those guys.
I'm coming back with my teleport and stab away, but we'll see what happens. I'm hoping there's some evidence we've hurt them.
If I can get away, I'm gonna fireball them all. But
I mean, like, is there some sign that Meridon's axe did hurt him with all that damage?
So I shouldn't.
Yeah.
I shouldn't cast Spirit Guardians then. If you're gonna.
Oh no,
fireball them.
I'll be gone, so you can go after me. I go first. Remember?
Okay. Okay.
Eyes, you're up.
All right. Wisdom save again.
Yeah. We need a strength saving throw and also a wisdom saving throw.
All right. Nope, that's not how you do it. 12 for strength.
Okay. You're unaffected by the ground
13 for wisdom.
and unaffected by the the incoherent sounds.
I am going to.
You're still
provoke.
blinded
Yeah.
and in difficult
can-
terrain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right.
Yeah.
They're both going to take opportunity attacks against you with advantage. A miss against your crazy armor class. And a critical hit.
Luke, hey Luke, can I
Yes.
use my reaction?
2.
It's called sorry. Sentinel at Death's Door. As a reaction, when you are a creature you can see within 30 feet suffers a critical hit, you can turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical hit are canceled.
You suck.
Crit
I don't
Steve.
get to use it often.
I hate that ability. I'm just as a dungeon master, it stealing my crits, man.
Yes.
It's
Is there a
don't wanna
limit
play
to the amount
anymore.
of times you can do that, or can you just do it as a reaction all the time?
I can do it 4 times per long rest.
So that's almost every single time.
I mean, but I also have to be within 30 feet of the target.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. At any rate, eyes, that will reduce it down to 14 points of damage instead of 35.
I'd still be alive, except maybe one-legged.
But I do
Instead
need a
of 2.
strength saving throw, eyes, as you move away.
Oh. Oh. I really want to get away. I will burn another inspiration point.
All right. Nothing untoward happens as you move away, and you are now in the square you designated. You have an action.
I ready in action to fireball all 4 of them when Bruce Wayne gets out of the way. And I say, Miradon, this might hurt a little.
So readying it means you're actually casting it. You have cast it, you've expended the spell slot, you are concentrating to hold it, and the trigger is once Bruce Wayne is out of there, you're dropping it so that all 4 of them get hit.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Does Meridon have some special ability where he takes like half elemental damage or something?
Yes, he takes half elemental damage, and he has advantage on the dex save. So
Right on. I knew there was some reason why he would like take fireballs like that.
Varys.
and the bat moves,
Oh, the bat. Oh, yes, the bat moves.
and fireball goes off.
How does your bat know to move?
Mental command.
Do you always have a telepathic link with your bat?
I think so. Within 100 feet. I don't have my. I could look up fast for find familiar here. But
You should be able to center that fireball where it hits all of them. Meridon's in the middle of it, though. Of course.
yeah, I know. So 26, DC 15, dex save, fire damage. Miradon has advantage on a dex saving throw. Oh, he didn't see it coming, so he got a 12. So he failed that.
Yeah, it says, it always obeys your commands. Within 100 feet of you, you can communicate telepathically. Yeah, so you just basically tell it, get out of here, and it flies away. All right, cool. And he totally failed his dexterity saving throw, so he'll take full damage from that. Well, still halved, right?
Halved. Yep.
Dex save is 15. Ooh, these guys have good dex saves, too, let me tell you.
What?
Oh, it's out off the charts, man.
Yeah, like on the negative side. I saw them moving up on us at 10 feet per round.
One of them actually saved. Yeah, they were going very slow as they came at you.
And on the first guy, I add 3 points of damage to it.
Okay.
Um,
Got it.
because of force damage, if that matters.
Okay, understood.
All right.
And they all take that like a champ. This one here and this one here are critically wounded now. Burn marks covering their jelly-like corpses. Several of their eyeballs burst as this fireball went off, and now there's just smoking little ruins speckled across their surfaces where their eyeballs blew apart with their
I
fireball.
didn't see that. I hear popcorn.
You hear lots of popcorn going off, yes.
Yeah.
And eye fluid squirting all about.
I don't see it.
Stephan, you might perhaps be just a little bit jealous at the plethora of eyes that these creatures have.
Jeez.
And that was Eyes' turn. Varys, you're up.
Step back into the shadows and pop out here under this tree and stab the heck out of this guy.
And you're using key points to do that ability now, right?
Nope. There are no key points needed. I can do it as a bonus action every round.
Okay.
It gives up my bonus action, so I'm giving up my attack.
Ah, yes. Okay.
But nope, I don't need key points to shadow jump.
Okay.
It gives up my unarmed strike.
Okay,
Instead I
okay.
can jump.
Got it.
But I do get advantage on my first spear stab.
All right. That is a hit.
17 for 9 points. I come up just above the tree and drop down into it, driving the spear into it.
You give that thing a good stab. Is this lethal or non-lethal, sir?
Oh, it's lethal.
All right. Would you like
So
to
as I come out of the tree, I just land in one of the few remaining eyeballs that drive the point of the spear through it. And then I'll use that spear to vault myself this way into a wonderfully acrobatic run. Let's see, 5, 15, 25, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50. Actually, you said this one was hurt 50. I'm going to land here and stab this one with my second strike.
All right.
No advantage on this attack.
When this one perishes too, it sinks into the ground and dissolves into an amorphous mess with some eyeballs and teeth floating in it. 16 hits.
16 to hit for 12 points to the other one you said. I think the other one you said was critically wounded.
Yes. And it's now even more critically wounded, mortally wounded, shall we say. Still holding in, though.
That'll be it, because I used all my stuff.
And Stephan, you...
Standing
5,
up
10...
bare feet and hot ground. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, sorry.
All right. Stephan, you are just out of the range of some of its nasty effects. What would you like to do?
Okay. So then, now that I can actually control myself, I will turn around, and I will. Let's see. This guy's closest to me, so I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna toss to Eldritch Blast and. It's a crit.
Oof. Brotlord, would you like to negate that?
I think it specifically says enemies.
It's funny though.
He has old crone's eyes in his face.
It's true.
He's like half enemy.
Half feet.
Hey, that's how we do it.
What? You
That's what I'm used to seeing. That first one surprised me, but we're back to normal now. Now we're back in.
So that first one was 16 points of damage?
Yeah, so you might as well say 17, unless it kills it with the 16.
It's still alive.
Okay, then 17, yeah.
The first one blasts into it, though.
Yeah.
Eyes go flying, teeth get shattered and ripped apart. There's this big sinking hole where your Eldritch Blast buried into it. The second one just glances off from one of its eyes and does hardly anything to it.
I was so shocked by the first one. The second one was way off target.
Yes. On the second one, you feel like your eye might have blinked, against your will or something, kind of threw you off potentially.
Yeah.
And Brotlord, You are starting in a very beautiful place for me. Please give me a strength saving throw as you are on this doughy ground. And then a wisdom saving throw, Bra Lord, Mr. Cleric. All right. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna run in. Let's go 5, 10. You say this is rough terrain?
It is difficult terrain. Anytime you're in the yellow, if you're moving through the yellow parts or into it, it's difficult terrain.
Okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20. I guess I can only make it to right here with 25 feet of movement, right?
5, 10, 15, 20. Yep, that's correct.
Cool. That kind of sucks then. But I will cast Spirit Guardians here.
What's the radius on that?
15 feet.
Okay, the blue radius is your Spirit Guardians. And red dot indicates that you are concentrating on that spell.
I think I may have cast it twice.
You're going to cast it twice?
I accidentally cast it twice.
Oh. The second time has no effect.
Okay.
And that's all, sir?
Yep. So I'll just wait until their turn starts. Oh, and obviously I make all of my allies because I can see them all. They're immune to the Spirit Guardians.
Understood. Meridon, you're up.
All right. Let's see. Strength save.
Oh, yes. Strength saving throw with advantage. You're fine. Wisdom saving throw.
10.
And you are unaffected by the cacophony.
My skull is impenetrable. And attack with diplomacy. I'm still blind, right?
Yeah, you're blinded until the end of your next turn.
Into my next turn. So
The
I'm going
end
to
of
attack
It's
recklessly.
next turn. The creature's next turn,
That's
right?
correct. Eyes was blind too. Wait a second, Eyes? Do you have
Yeah.
to be able to see where you cast Fireball?
I don't think so.
Is it just a point of your choosing? You don't have to see it?
Let's find out.
Now we're going back to your Fireball while you were blind.
Point of your choosing within range.
Okay, alright, excellent. Easier than a
So
roll.
I'm going to roll normal because I'm reckless attacking.
Which cancels out the blinding. Got it.
Yep.
That hits. Which one were you attacking? Oh yeah, the one's next to you. I got it. 21 damage?
Yep.
You give it a good smoking. It is still there, but it is heavily wounded.
Radiant damage too.
Yep. 1d6 plus 3. 4
Radiant damage burns into it. It is still up.
All right, and I will give it another whack. 15 for 21.
That is also a hit.
21
And
damage,
with
that's
that, lethal or non-lethal?
Oh, lethal.
Please describe that, sir.
And with a huge golf swing, actually broadsiding this thing with the side of the axe, he kicks it off and makes a big, huge showering spray all across the road with eyes and stuff showering near Varys. But his monk-like dexterity can, dodge the rain, so he's fine.
Very, very good.
He will then move through difficult terrain towards this guy, and because he killed someone, I think he gets another attack.
Bonus, yes, he does.
So normal.
We should have
12
cast Spirit Guardians.
for 28 damage.
So the train wrecker that is Meridon charges up to this thing, slams his axe into it. Lethal or non-lethal?
Lethal again.
Would you like to
But he
describe
doesn't
this, sir?
He doesn't have anyone to splatter at that is in vicinity, so he now just coats the bushes and eyes, making it look like a strange tree with strange fruit.
Well, Varys is right there. So now Eyes, Meridon, you are now covered with this nasty jelly stuff. Eyes and teeth are just speckling all across your body, clinging to it. You're just covered in this nastiness.
It somehow makes him look just more like barbaric.
It's very terrifying and very great impression before your foes. Yes. And is that all, sir?
Yeah, that was all his movement. All right. Yep. Oh no, he actually can move. He has movement of 40, but that would just take him to here. So that's it.
One creature remains, and let's see. It is going to hack up one of these purplish loogies.
Hey Luke,
Yes.
it takes 19 points of radiant damage.
I get what kind of saving throw is it?
I think it's wisdom. Let me double check that though.
Could we have it be Constitution?
Can it please be Constitution?
Yeah, it's a wisdom save of 15.
I failed miserably. 16.
19
you said?
points of damage.
19. Ooh
I
dear.
remember.
So your angels, when their beer kegs come and pound the crap out of this thing, eyeballs getting flattened, teeth are getting knocked out of their mouths. This thing is not looking good after that barrage. It hacks up a loogie and spits it right there. Meridon and Brotlord, please give me a dexterity saving throw. So that's a failure from Brotlord. You're blinded. Please put a little blinded token indicator. And Meridon, that's Joe.
16.
Oh, I see. I missed it. Okay, you are unaffected. And then it is going to take a chomp with one of its many mouths at Brotlord with advantage. That is still not going to penetrate your incredible armor class. Your greaves hold its teeth at bay.
Nice.
And we are at the top of the order. Eyes, you're up.
I am no longer blind, right?
Then now you are not. Yes.
All right. I will just cantrip that thing with a chill touch. That sounds good. (23) 10 necrotic.
And your spectral hand sinks into this fleshy creature. Would you please like to describe the manner of its demise?
Oh yeah, it goes out like a whoopee cushion.
Your hands,
Out of the mini mouths.
Your hand sinks into it, pressing down into it as it deflates and is destroyed. Excellent. All of the creatures have been dispatched, and you are left with this lamp.
Neat.
By the way, if it's not magical and there's no genie inside, oh, should I?
Who picked it up?
I picked it up.
Stephan,
Oh, Stephan. Yeah, definitely it tingles with some magic.
Okay.
would you like me to identify it?
Okay. I suppose that is okay. We can find out what it does.
All right. I will give it an identify. 11 minutes.
Just casting it. Oh, it's a ritual or cast a spell?
Cast it as a ritual.
Ritual. Okay. You cast identify on this thing, and it appears to be a magical lamp that summons a genie of sorts that you can control or something. Yeah.
Interesting.
I doubt it will do any good, but can I point out we're in Ravenloft? I doubt it's going to be a nice, happy genie.
Yeah.
I know it won't help, but just pointing that out before you summon the dice.
I'm willing to bet it's Jafar. He got stuck in the bottle, and he's seriously mad.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a chat. No, this one will be voiced by shoot, I ruined the joke. Will Smith. Yeah.
Will Smith.
No, it's a magic genie lamp. You know, rub it, make wishes, and I toss it back to you as casually as can be.
Yeah.
Now here's
I will.
you cast your identify and all of that kind of stuff. Eyes.
Yes.
Let me give you a little bit more information. I'm just trying to finish something up here. Okay. And I created a handout for a golden genie lamp, and I'm placing it inside your guys' magic items folder in Roll20, so you guys can reference that. You don't get all of the information on this thing that you would normally anticipate, Eyes. You have a feeling that when you summon the genie, you'll learn more.
Ah, in other words, it's cursed. If I got the sense that I was being blocked, I will relay the fact that I think it's cursed. If I feel like I was.
Well, that may or may not be the case, though. It might just be there's more to it. But...
Yep. This will summon a genie, and it will obey me. Well, the person who rubs the lamp.
Right.
That's
Would
pretty
you
much
like
the most frightening
me-
sentence I could imagine you saying.
Would you like me to rub the lamp, or would you like to rub the lamp?
I would like to do neither right now.
We certainly shouldn't rub the lamp when we need to rub the lamp.
Well, but we certainly shouldn't rub it when we first find it either. Don't you think that's silly?
But we shouldn't rub it in Valaki, because it will explode.
I don't
It's
see
going
the
to
point
explode.
in taking care of this right now. I don't. Whatever is you think is wrong, I don't see why we would do that now. I don't think that's going to explode, but I mean, you're the one who said something was not coming through, but that does not mean that it is positive or negative. We don't know what it is.
You know,
I
it's
suggest
a genie,
I
Genie lamp
suggest we
wish.
take a little bit to think about what we're going to do.
and what we could do is we could reverse the magic of the witch with one of the wishes. I bet it's like a monkey paw sort of magic lamp.
Let's consider that.
All right. Well, I guess we will stuff that in our bag of goodies and hold on to that for another fun day.
Very
I
well.
agree.
The group
I put it-
decides not to rub the lamp today.
No, why would exactly? Not
If
right
you
now.
want, you can put it in this bag with these dolls.
No,
It's also this episode only has 4 more minutes left.
it's true.
But if you rub it, I can have a grand reveal and then cut it off without telling you what happens.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would be
no.
wonderful.
No, the
Let's not
viewers
do that.
definitely don't want that.
Right.
So, quick question: when I tossed it to Stephan and catching it, did he almost fumble it in a sort of hand-rubbing motion?
Stop.
Stephan now has magically enhanced eyes. He caught it flawlessly.
Yeah, caught it very well.
Yes.
When we get back to the
And that's
real
a
world,
terrifying thought.
you are
Yeah.
definitely going to get into the gladiatorial games.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to leave it right there for today,
Right.
and we'll be back in a couple weeks. Right?
Yeah, all right. So we're playing on the 17th.
15th.
Okay.
Because that one didn't change. It was going to change originally.
Yes.
But Luke did not end up needing that date. He moved it to the 29th. Right. So
Correct. So we'll be here 2 Sundays from now.
yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
On-
Following game will be a different day.
And online? When do we go to Trevor's?
Well, Trevor won't be done with this show until the end of August.
Right. So the next game is definitely online.
Correct.
The game after that, I'm not sure of yet. I guess we'll have to discuss.
We'll
that, but-
need Trevor to confirm.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Luke.
Mhm.
Hey, Luke.
Yeah.
Spectacular storytelling, man.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
I
just
agree.
spectacular.
I want to say
Yes.
like I didn't get a chance to say this because it was happening at the time, and I
Mhm.
wanted to let it go and move on with the story. But like I got emotional. I was like, oh, like the whole business where Stephan now like now Varys is like lost. He doesn't want to talk. Like Stephan is just he's heartbroken and oh, it's so good. It's really good stuff. Yeah,
Was,
so
we're
good.
Yes,
referencing
it's
the
been cool.
crone and the eyes business.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was good because like having and then like it wasn't, and obviously it falls to my fellow players too, because man, like I said, with Varys being like, now he's being distant from him, but you're creating this story that's causing like this division and this rift, and the hardships are really hitting us, and it's not because like, oh, the combat's too hard, right? That's not what's happening. It's these like really powerful storytelling things that are occurring. So
Part of it though is the decisions you guys are making. Like these things that are happening are a direct result of what you guys have decided to do and things that have happened to you.
Of course.
You didn't let us like hand wavy it, right? Like we could, some other DM would be like, oh yeah, the eyes reattached because you got the healing potion, blah blah blah.
Exactly. And Luke, I'm not
poked out his eyes, and you made him stick with it. It was
I know you're not required to confirm this, but if I were in your shoes, in Ravenloft, with the situation we had, there's not a good out, man. That's just not the way Ravenloft works. So I truly felt that was the way that it was going to be, and I'm good with that. Like I said, I really embraced that. I embraced the idea that like Ravenloft is a tragic place, and again, the heroes might win in the end, but there's going to be a cost.
There's going to be some pain and suffering. I did. I was thinking about your whole eye business and stuff, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to make this easy on them. Like,
don't.
We're playing Ravenloft. There need to be consequences. This is what happened. They got to figure it out. Yeah.
Exactly.
And I had no idea what you guys were going to do. I just knew that was a crappy situation.
Nope. To just pile on to what Joe said. Really good. And I know you said it, we helped, and we definitely did. But man, come on, you have to own your part of it too. It was really good. Fantastic stuff.
And the story and the description, the storytelling, and the whole scene was just, it was art, man.
Great.
It was art.
Good stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Get you banned from Twitch, but it was okay. No.
Yes.
You may never come back.
They do far worse stuff on Twitch, I assure you.
Way worse.
I would assume. I'm just joking, but that was really cool. I don't know what's going to happen with Varys and the rest of the group.
I don't either, but man, good on your part too, by the way, Alex.
Yeah,
fantastic
we're not staying in the same room anymore, by the way.
Yeah, good role playing. I really love it. I love that this is happening. This is the way, event, like we all came in and we were funny and we have a good time, and the Ravenloft just eats away at you. That's what it does. So this is good stuff.
All right. Spectacular. Well, thanks guys. This is awesome. I'm glad you guys had fun. So, all right. Cool.
And I'm making sure to tell Trevor that that Eyes fireballed Meridon.
Yeah.
That should be.
Remember that.
I'm afraid that not punching Eyes in the face afterwards was out of character, and I think he should lose inspiration for the fact that Eyes isn't bleeding. I don't know how Meridon took half damage from the fire, but
I feel like we fireballed Meridon before, though.
I think we probably have too. Yeah.
I don't think this is the first time you've been fireballed.
All right, folks.
No.
Let's get out of here.
Maybe take half damage from the fire anyway.
Cheers. Good night, guys.